Phoenix Nights. Chapter 3246 Becoming Dean? Chapter 3246 Becoming Dean? Su Zhixiong said that he was about the same as the rest of them, but after spending just 1 month with Long Qin, he had completely transformed. If Su Zhixiong was telling the truth, then staying here would be a very wise option. It's very simple for you to become disciples of the High Firmament Academy. You just need to pass the exam. But if you want to follow me, then let me say that Boss Long San doesn't keep trash by his side. Not everyone is qualified to be like Su Zhixiong. Even if you become disciples of the High Firmament Academy, you won't definitely get to follow me. So think this through. In my eyes, all of you are novices with quite a bit of arrogance. I don't even know where this confidence of yours comes from. The Bloodkill Hall has issued the Bloodkill order on me. I trust you understand what that means. Without sufficient power, following me is no different than courting death. If you die, then you die, but the main thing is that I would lose face. In the future, wherever I go, I will be the focal point. If you want to be my attendants, you have to have the corresponding power. Long Chen's voice rang out. Only now did those disciples realize that Long Chen had been secretly watching them. His voice was indifferent and contemptuous, like a king's voice. Quite a few people disliked this, as this was clearly an insult. But there was nothing they could do. Long Chen was too powerful. Even his weakest subordinate, Su Zhixiong, was so powerful that none of them could last more than 3 exchanges against him. Stop looking down on others. Our families, backgrounds, aptitudes, and everything else are all amazing. Our future cultivation paths are wide and open roads, as our elders have long since arranged things for us. Even if we can't beat you now, you'll be tossed behind us in the future, shouted one of those experts from outside the domain. What a joke, said Long Chen disdainfully. Does having a family, background, and aptitude mean that you can become an expert? Only an idiot like you would believe it. A good blade must be sharpened. True experts are made through slaughter, while all of you are greenhouse flowers who don't know crap. Don't think that being a primal is something to brag about. Let me tell you, even if Qin Feng was in the Divine Flame Realm, in a 1-against-1, not one of you would survive 3 blows of his saber. Trash that hasn't even set foot into the battlefield dares to spout such big words? Everyone around you must have lied to you to make you think that you're unrivaled. In truth, you are all trash. If it weren't because you had come from so far away and that it could count as we are drawn together by fate, I wouldn't even bother to say anything. You're too arrogant. When Long Chen called them trash, those experts were fully enraged. They all looked like they were about to throw themselves at Long Chen. When is Boss Long San not arrogant? You should just return to where you came from and continue living around a bunch of bootlickers. Pray that your family's power continues to rise, otherwise, once a battle erupts, people like you will only be pigs for the slaughter, said Long Chen. He then turned and left. These people were truly a group of children. In their families, due to their talent, they had servants praising them, so they weren't much better than idiots. No matter what he said to them, they wouldn't understand. He had already given them their chance. Once he left, those experts felt awkward. What were they supposed to do now? They were unwilling to leave just like this, but if they stayed here, they would feel a bit shameless. No matter what they chose, they would lose face. Su Zhixiong, we're all from the Heavenly Star domain. I've also heard of you. Is this Long Chen really so powerful? Asked one of them suspiciously. I don't know how powerful he is, but a single slap from him is definitely more than enough to kill all of you. Since you know me, you should know the awkward position of my family. You should also know how powerful I am. I kindly advise you, but you actually suspect my boss. I, Su Zhixiong, am quite foolish, but I didn't expect you to be even more foolish, said Su Zhixiong coldly, his friendliness vanishing now that they were suspecting Long Chen. How about we stay for a while? Otherwise, if we leave like this, what will we say? Proposed one of them. All of them had said that they would defeat Long Chen and bring photographic jades back to prove it. If they return empty-handed, what about all that bragging? Fine. We're already here, so we might as well treat it as a vacation, said another expert. With those people taking the lead, quite a few people ended up staying in the academy. For some, they felt like they were humiliated and wanted to leave. However, what were they supposed to say when they got back? After all that bragging would come to bite them. As a result, over 500 disciples from outside the domain decided to stay. Fortunately, the High Firmament Academy accepted them easily. As long as the disciples followed the rules and paid the tuition fee, the academy didn't restrict their freedom beyond that. Furthermore, this was the oldest academy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although it had declined, its foundation was still shocking. Staying here, they could learn many things. That would also count as not leaving empty-handed. Over 500 primals joined the High Firmament Academy just like that. But the academy didn't express much joy over it. It was completely an attitude of if you want to stay, then stay. But if you want to leave, then leave. Everything was done according to the rules, and they weren't given preferential treatment. As a result, more and more of those disciples felt that the academy was unfathomable. Furthermore, after experiencing the academy's scripture pavilions, they began to enthusiastically search for things related to their cultivation techniques. In the High Firmament Academy, you could get practically whatever you wanted as long as you had money. Hence, these hedonistic children were finally shaken. Upon entering the academy, these disciples began to charge up the rankings. The heaven rankings were for 4-peak disciples. But ever since Bai Shirshir and the others had entered the 4-peak realm, the names on the heaven rankings had completely changed. The Heaven Female Alliance occupied half of the top 100, while Bai Shirshir was ranked 1. Her position was unshakable. As for Longchen, Qin Feng, Bai Xiala, and the others, they weren't interested. Longchen didn't bother competing with Bai Shirshir. With the addition of these experts, the rankings changed once more. The top 100 in particular would change with every passing day. The competition was exceptionally intense. The entire academy grew livelier due to their addition. As a result, the competitions on the martial stages continued from dawn until dusk. However, Longchen ignored all of this and went into seclusion. He had to calm down and comprehend the things that Luo Zichuan had passed down to him. Using them, he would recreate the first form of Split the Heavens. But just as Longchen was going into seclusion, the deputy dean found him. The academy has a mission for you. Are you willing to complete it? What mission? Asked a startled Longchen. How does being the dean of a branch academy sound? Asked the deputy dean with a smile. What? Longchen couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 3247 Vile Dragon Domain. Chapter 3247 Vile Dragon Domain. Are you joking with me? Go be dean of a branch academy? Longchen stared at the deputy dean in disbelief. The deputy dean laughed. What would be the point of such a joke? I'm being serious. This is also the will of the dean. Of course, you can accept or refuse. It's up to yourself. The academy will not force any disciple to do something they don't want to do. Longchen suddenly thought of something and asked, Does our High Firmament Academy really have branches? How come I've never heard of them? Of course we have them. The High Firmament Academy is the most ancient academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. How could we not have branches? If you are interested, I'll explain it to you, said the deputy dean. Longchen was naturally interested. He hastily poured some tea for the deputy dean, and quietly listened to his story. As he explained, Longchen came to understand just how glorious the original High Firmament Academy was. Their branches were spread throughout the immortal world. As for why they declined, the deputy dean didn't say much. He merely said that some things had happened, resulting in the destruction of countless branch academies, leaving behind only the main academy. The branch academies were still there, but after tens of thousands of years, they were nothing more than ruins. Some had also been occupied by others. Right now, the academy was planning on sending Longchen to one of those branches. According to the deputy dean, as long as the main academy was present, then the branch academies would still have karmic luck flowing within the ruins. As long as a new tower was built on top of those ruins and ignited, the karmic luck would flow again. Once the karmic luck was activated, the main academy could directly construct a transportation formation connecting the two. In the future, the academy's disciples could come and go without passing through the Devil's Sea. There will probably be many challenges, no? Longchin was no fool. The deputy dean might put it simply, but if it was really so easy, the academy would have long since done so. Of course it will be difficult. Very, very difficult. Countless forces will not permit such a thing to occur. Of course, that includes Lord Brahma. Even Palace Master Baijantum wanted to try it, but the dean refused to consent to it. However, for some reason, he sent me to ask you, said the deputy dean. Clearly, he was of the opinion that Longchin shouldn't go. But since the dean had sent him, he had to fulfill his duty. If Lord Brahma is watching, how can we succeed? Even if the divine tower is built, once they come, won't we have to run? Asked Longchin in confusion. No. Once the divine tower is built, the High Firmament Academy's experts will not permit it to be destroyed by anyone. The main thing is that the tower must be built quickly without others damaging it in the process. That's the main difficulty. All the ruins are being monitored, so any actions we make will be noticed, said the deputy dean. That's far too difficult. How can I, a four-peaked disciple, possibly do it? Demanded Longchin. This was an impossible task. To build a tower right under people's eyes, with failure spelling death? I feel the same way. But the dean said that you are the only one in the High Firmament Academy that can do this. But don't feel any pressure. The dean also said that you can do it if you want. But if you don't want to do it, then don't force it, said the deputy dean. Is there a reward? Longchin couldn't help asking. The deputy dean laughed. The dean said that you would ask that. As long as you can do this, then in the future, the High Firmament Academy will be your steadiest support. After all, you are the dean of a branch academy. At any time, the High Firmament Academy will stand behind you. Furthermore, it is the type of support that means no matter the price. Longchen's heart leaped. What did that mean? Was the academy willing to go to war with Lord Brahma for him? No matter the price? That clearly referred to Lord Brahma. The High Firmament Academy had been acting low-key for so many years, so were they announcing their comeback? However, Longchin could hear the confidence in the deputy dean's voice. The High Firmament Academy was truly not afraid of Lord Brahma. But if they weren't afraid of Lord Brahma, why had they been suppressed for so long? Why were they only starting their counterattack now? No matter how Longchin racked his brain, he was unable to figure it out. But this reward truly did move him. With such a powerful backer, he could do so many things in the future. Where is the branch academy? You haven't said which branch? What kind of forces surround it? Is there any more detailed information? Asked Longchin. The branch academy that you will reconstruct is the 7th branch, and it is located at the end of the Vile Dragon Domain's Dragon Spine mountain range. The Vile Dragon Domain is different from the Heavenly Swell Domain. The human race's cultivators are not the dominant force there. It is the opposite. The human race can only cultivate there with their tails pressed between their legs. The Vile Dragon Domain was once the land of the Vile Dragon race, and thousands of different Vile Dragons lived there. They set up their own independent regime, so the wild beasts, demonic beasts, and devil beasts there ran rampant. Moreover, the spiritual chi there is dense and more suitable for beast cultivation. As those beast races dislike the human race has a tough time living there. However, it is also a land of countless treasures. All kinds of precious medicines can be found there. Thus, it is a very dangerous area, but humans continue to risk it and go there for adventure. In my personal opinion, your talent is extraordinary and you are smart, but this matter will still be extremely dangerous for you. You should carefully consider your decision, said the deputy dean. Vile Dragon Domain? Longchin suddenly had a thought. Did the dean want to send him there because he had true dragon essence blood? The heavenly swell domain was like a prison. Others were unable to enter as they pleased. Hence, if he wanted to join up with the others, he would have to have a way to get out. However, if he simply left without a powerful backer, he would also be forced to tuck his tail between his legs. And if he could reconstruct the 7th Branch Academy, that would be a solid stronghold for everyone to gather at. Long Chen could also see that this was the High Firmament Academy's first step in returning to their past glory. However, what kind of trump cards the Academy had or what their plans were, they were all unknown to Long Chen. But leaving the heavenly swell domain was at the top of his priority list. I'm prepared to try it. But I need some time first, said Long Chen. The Deputy Dean nodded. There's no rush. If you agree, then the Academy needs to prepare some things. However, remember, do not tell others about this matter. No other person can hear of it. Long Chen was startled. He wasn't such a talkative person. But for the Deputy Dean to so sternly warn him of it, he found it odd. Vile Dragon Domain? I'm looking forward to it. Long Chen felt a trace of excitement. If this step was completed, it was one step closer to the day of the Dragon Blood Legion gathering once more. Chapter 3248 Peakless Pill. Chapter 3248 Peakless Pill. The sound of a broom sweeping across the ground was constant. At this moment, an elder was sweeping the floor, and beside him stood another elder. The latter was the High Firmament Academy's dean. Long Chen has agreed to it. But I still feel like we are starting a bit too soon. There are still no omens, said the dean respectfully. There's no choice but to be a bit early. It is precisely because the situation is unclear and the lines of fate are muddled that this must be done. By the time things are clear and the omens have arrived, it will be too late. We are all within the board. No matter how wise you are, can you beat the player controlling the board? Moreover, Long Chen exists outside the board, not restricted by heaven and earth. It's said that rashness is worse than calmness, but calmly waiting for that chance to come is worse than taking the initiative and messing up the board some more. In any case, you won't be constantly controlled, said the sweeping elder, either quickly nor slowly. But so many powers are watching in secret. If we do things wrongly, then right and wrong are relative. There is no absolute right or wrong. Something might seem right at this moment, but after a few centuries or millennia, you will find that it was wrong. Being wrong isn't something to be afraid of. The real worrisome thing is being so worried about being wrong that you don't dare to take action. After waiting and waiting, your chance will slip out of reach and you will be fully and truly defeated. We all know that the peace of the immortal world will soon end. It would be best to take action ahead of time. The player waits for the opportunity to ripen, but what is there for us to wait for? If Long Chen is not the destined one, he won't be able to cause any waves before they're drowned. There's no need for you to worry. If he is the destined one, then he exists to defy the heavens. The board will then be flipped. None of the pieces will be able to make the moves that they are supposed to make. That is bad to the player, but good for us. So don't be afraid of being wrong. The board is already like this. Even if you want to make the wrong move, there are no wrong moves to make, said the sweeping elder. Disciple understands. But this operation is too dangerous. Should we not notify the Battle God Palace and have them secretly protect him? Said the dean. No. The Battle God Palace's power cannot be exposed. But if we let Long Chen go just like this, it's no different than sending him to his death. The dean frowned. There is no way around that. Some things look dangerous on the surface, but aren't actually dangerous. Some things look safe, but can cause a calamity. Long Chen is not like other 9-star heirs. He is not so reckless. Since he has agreed, he definitely has his own method. You just need to watch in secret. Are you anxious because your granddaughter and grandson are going? The sweeping elder suddenly paused and looked at the dean. The dean was embarrassed and nodded. If Long Chen goes, Bai Xiaolo would be enraged if he didn't get to go as well. If such a big thing was kept from Shirshir, who knows what that stubborn girl would do? After all, she has always been the most outstanding in her generation. If she doesn't participate in this mission, she will find it unacceptable. It really is a headache. Bai Xiaola had now become Long Chen's faithful follower, the kind that couldn't be thrown off even if Long Chen tried. After returning from the Luo family's territory, Bai Xiaola's entire temperament changed. Because of it, even his father and mother were moved. The current Bai Xiaola was no longer a child but a true expert who could stand tall. Furthermore, he had begun seriously studying pupil arts from his mother, and the amount of work he was putting in was gobsmacking. He was like a completely different person. As for Bai Shishir, although she expressed indifference toward the conflict between the Luo family and the Chu family, the dean was well aware she was not happy about this matter. However, that was not the academy's matter, and she didn't have any deep relationship with the Luo family's disciples. Because of this, Long Chen hadn't brought her, and there was no way for her to fault him for that. Even so, the dean could clearly feel that she was displeased over it. If this matter with the branch academy was also kept from her, her stubbornness might make her feel that the academy no longer cared about her and was focusing on Long Chen. That would have terrible consequences. But to have a group of children go to such a dangerous place, how could the dean be at ease? No matter how high his cultivation base, no matter how dignified his status was, those were still his grandchildren. Although he didn't normally show concern for these children, he secretly watched their growth. His emotions were simply buried within his heart. If these two children were to go with Long Chen without any accompanying experts to protect them, how could he possibly be at ease? The dean was embarrassed to have this question posed to him. After all, although he had posed his concerns with dignity, the truth was that it was out of selfishness. The sweeping elder smiled. The children have grown, and it is time for them to go out for tempering. You cannot protect them for a lifetime. Don't worry, Xiaola and Shishir are not fated to die young. Let the children go in peace. The future of this world belongs to them, and they will create that future themselves. Hearing that, the dean relaxed quite a bit. He thanked the sweeping elder and left. Zheng Wolong's efficiency was truly great. On the third day after he left, the Huayan Trading Company's people sent over an ocean's worth of ingredients for refining pills. Those were all the materials that Long Chen needed, and they could not be grown. For example, the essence blood of spirit beasts, gold essence, earth essence, wind spirit stone powder, Xian water essence, etc. As for plants, he could obtain them in the High Firmament Academy and grow them in the Primal Chaos space. He could get as many as he wanted. Coincidentally, Huolong also awakened at this time. It had devoured the Flame Devil's core and was finally able to maintain human form. After that, the first thing she did was hug Long Chen. Huolinger was still as fiery as fire. She was very cute, the kind of cuteness that made people like her from the bottom of their hearts. Also, Huolinger's flame energy had grown immensely. However, the Flame Devil's flames were restricted by the immortal world's laws. Rather than strengthening Huolinger's flames, they had caused the amount of energy that she could hold to increase by over 100-fold. Even though there was no qualitative rise, that was no problem. Looking for higher rankings, heavenly flames could be done slowly. Anyway, the High Firmament Academy's heavenly flames were all very ordinary, and there was no need to waste money to buy them. With these materials, Long Chen immediately got to work. He used the Demon Moon Furnace to refine the powders and used the Moon and Star Refining Furnace to refine the powders into pills. The Day-Night Furnace's God Seal had been destroyed by Long Chen, and the Item Spirit's Slave Seal had been absorbed and erased by Lei Linger. Hence, this pill furnace was renamed by Long Chen to the Demon Moon Furnace. However, this pill furnace was incredibly powerful. With an item spirit present but not the ability to control it, he could only use it to refine powders. Through refining these powders, the pill furnace's item spirit slowly got stronger. Once its spirituality was strong enough, it could finally work together with Long Chen to refine pills. 4 peak pills were refined for 4 peak experts based on their needs. There were many kinds of them, and they were normally named by the main requirement. For example, Bai Shishir required metal energy as her number 1 priority. Then her 4 peak pills would be called metal peak pills. The Luo family focused on the bloodline, so their pills were called blood peak pills. Long Chen first refined 2 furnaces of blood peak pills and then let Huolinger and the moon and star refining furnace refine them themselves. After that, he sat to the side and considered the pills that he needed. After passing his tribulation, the Violet Tower Star's pill formula appeared in his head. But there was also another formula, the formula for the peakless pill. Chapter 32:49 Sending Charcoal and Snow. Chapter 32:49 Sending Charcoal and Snow Peakless Pills. This was a pill formula that he had never seen in the academy, nor had he ever heard of it. But it was something that had awakened within him along with the Violet Tower pill. Long Chen knew that these were his 4 peak pills. The peakless pills required 3,600 medicinal ingredients. That was over 10 times the requirement of ordinary 4 peak pills. Long Chen had not advanced a single level in the 4 peak realm because he couldn't refine the pills. For ordinary cultivators, medicinal pills were just supplementary aid that helped people better absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was to get twice the result with half the effort. However, for Long Chen, if he relied on simply absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, his speed would be so slow that it would only cause despair. Furthermore, due to being rejected by the heavenly Taoists, it was very difficult for him to absorb the spiritual qi. Even if he used his divine ring and forcibly sucked it in, it would still be far from enough. Thus, medicinal pills were Long Chen's only option for rapidly raising his realm. Peakless pills contained practically all the forms of energy within a cultivator's body that Long Chen could think of. Furthermore, these energies were evenly balanced. If an ordinary 4 peak expert consumed one, it would only harm them. If all their attributes were raised evenly, it would be a complete waste of grabbing those heavenly Tao runes in their tribulation. If all their attributes were even, they would be crippled. This peakless pill was poison to others, but Long Chen had to eat them to raise his realm. Refining these pills was also troublesome. The formula had high requirements for the alchemist. That was why Long Chen didn't directly start off with refining the peakless pills. First he practiced his skills with the blood peak pills for the Luo family. Fortunately, Huolinger was able to split the work with him. As he used the demon moon furnace to refine medicinal powders, Huolinger and the moon and star refining furnace refined those powders into pills. As they refined, the moon and star refining furnace improved. It was starting to be able to control the flame within the furnace to the point of condensing furnaces within the furnace. This referred to condensing multiple fill furnaces made of fire inside of it. At first, when it first gained this ability, it was only able to condense 9 furnaces inside of it. In other words, it could refine 9 furnaces of pills at the same time, sharply increasing the efficiency. Now that Huolinger had transformed as well, with that higher level of flame control, it was able to condense 81 internal furnaces. In other words, it was like refining 81 furnaces of pills at once. That was a shocking ability. Every refinement would produce 729 pills. That would definitely scare a bunch of people to death if they learned of it. However, while the amount was shocking, the quality was decreased. With such large-scale refinement, it was impossible for treasure pills to appear. But they were essentially all top-grade pills. Although their medicinal effect was a bit inferior from average top-grade spirit pills, after they went through Lei Linger's purification, their effect was essentially on par with the top-grade spirit pills sold on the market. That was enough to satisfy Long Chen. The Luo family's disciples' 4 peak pills were usually simply middle grade. They rarely got high-grade pills, let alone top-grade pills. However, the Luo family actually had their own methods for dealing with this. Middle-grade pills contained too many impurities and pill toxins. That could cause a big problem if too much was consumed. However, due to possessing the Honing Heavenly Staircase, when the pill toxins in their bodies accumulated to a certain density, they would use the Honing Heavenly Staircase's power to forcibly expel those pill toxins. It was a good method. But stripping the body of pill toxins was like removing a tumor. It was very painful, and left them recuperating for 1 to 3 months afterwards. However, top-grade pills contained very little pill toxins, so little that it was essentially negligible. That was why they were 100 times more expensive than middle-grade pills. Naturally, their medicinal effect was also many times greater. Thus, when comparing the two, the Luo family chose to mostly use the lower-cost middle-grade pills. But primals would require over 10 times the medicinal pills that ordinary disciples would require. That was what vexed Luo Chanwu. But this was not a problem for Long Chun. As long as he was given a bit of time, it could be easily handled. After all, medicinal pills could be produced in large numbers on his side. In just a day, Hualinger helped him refine 50,000 blood peak pills. Long Chun immediately had Luo Bing and Luo Ning send those pills back. When Luo Changwen and Luo Chanwu saw those 50,000 top-grade blood peak pills, they almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. Furthermore, Long Chun also had Luo Bing send word that this was only a portion of them. There would be more blood peak pills. Problems that could be resolved with medicinal pills were not problems. After their initial delight faded, the two of them began to wonder. Did the family head suddenly leave because he had long since expected this? Luo Bing and Luo Ning were also shocked when they saw the pills inside the spatial ring. Long Chun was actually having them transport such precious things. When they returned to the High Firmament Academy, Luo Ning immediately went to complain about it to Long Chun. How had he not told them in advance what they were transporting? What if they had lost them? Wouldn't they have to kill themselves just to pay for their sins? Long Chun simply smiled. He could get as many of these things as needed. Furthermore, if they were told about them in advance, wouldn't their nervousness immediately sell them out? An ordinary 4-peak primal of the Luo family would take 3 to 4 blood peak pills to reach the first heaven stage. Of course, less could be used, but then it would take more time. It was simply a matter of efficiency. These 50,000 pills were enough for them to cultivate for several months. After those months, Luo Linger would have refined even more pills. After the blood peak pills, Long Chun refined several furnaces of other 4-peak pills for others. He needed the proper proportions of 4-peak pills. He couldn't refine too many of one kind. Once he felt like it was about enough, he would switch to a different variant. It was also during this time that Long Chun stealthily switched out the fruit in Mu Qingjian's fruit bowl for heavenly Dao fruit. Mu Qingyun, Zhong Ling, and Zhong Xiu all consumed them, and suddenly awakened their primal bloodline. The three of them were ecstatic, and had no idea what happened. The heavenly Dao fruit gave Long Chun a grand aspiration of raising a primal army. Of course, the Luo family was the true target. But Mu Qingyun and the others couldn't simply be left in the dust. Furthermore, Luo Bing and Luo Ning had become primals. He couldn't favor only them. Mu Qingyun always called him Brother San, viewing him as a real brother. After arranging this, Hualinger refined the powders of the peakless pill, while Long Chun prepared to refine the pills for himself. 3,600 medicinal powders flowed into his pill furnace. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong, and looking up, his expression changed. "What is this?" Chapter 3250 The Peakless Pill Unpermitted by Heaven and Earth. Chapter 3250 The Peakless Pill Unpermitted by Heaven and Earth. Long Chun had just sent the medicinal powders into the pill furnace when he sensed the sky above him change. "This pill is not approved by the heavenly Daos. Can it even be refined?" At this moment, Long Chun's expression changed. As the sky was rumbling, this area became a forbidden space. Long Chun's medicinal pill was no longer able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. And without the energy of heaven and earth, it was impossible to refine a pill. It was like kneading dough without water. It wouldn't condense in the end. There is such a thing? This space had been sealed, so he couldn't absorb anything. However, Long Chun continued refining, and in the end, a pile of medicinal ash was produced. It seems that this peakless pill is a bit odd. The heavenly Daos weren't rejecting me that time, they were rejecting the peakless pill. As soon as the refinement was done, the world returned to normal. But as soon as the next refinement started, when the powders started to merge, this space became restricted once more. Long Chun tried several times and received the same results. The peakless pills were not permitted to exist in this world. Huolinger, you've memorized it, right? Try to refine it in the primal chaos space, said Longchen after failing several times. However, these attempts allowed Huolinger to memorize the method. Longchen's soul also entered the primal chaos space, and he tried to refine the peakless pill once more. Here, everything went smoothly. However, just as the pill condensed, the primal chaos space shuddered slightly. Longchen clearly sensed that the primal chaos space had sucked some kind of energy inside. When he opened the furnace, he saw a mix of black and white. There were medicinal pills that looked like living eyes. However, as they gave off no fragrance or aura, there was no way for Longchen to guess their quality. They seemed like stars with black and white patterns moving across them, manifesting their own orbit. Longchen then picked one up. Unable to see any clues, he carefully put it in his mouth and swallowed it. When it entered his stomach, he felt a majestic energy spread throughout his body. It was so powerful that it shook his insides to the point that he almost coughed up blood. Longchen was shocked. It had to be known that he was currently in the four-peak realm, and his body had been strengthened by the true dragon essence blood. But he was unable to bear the impact of this medicinal pill. He felt like a volcano was erupting inside of him, and that energy ravaged every inch of his body. At this moment, the 108,000 stars shuddered intensely. Strange power poured toward them, and their divine flames erupted like oil had splashed onto fire. As the divine flames burned, Longchen grunted and collapsed. He felt like his entire body was swelling. His blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and even his soul were expanding. With the primal chaos space at the core, that mysterious energy began to circulate, and Longchen felt like he was going to explode. It didn't feel like he had just swallowed a pill but an entire world. Moreover, the pill contained all the energy of that world, including its own laws. As those laws were absorbed by Longchen, he felt like they were running rampant throughout his body. He could clearly feel that his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and everything else were branded by those laws. Suddenly, while enduring the pain, Longchen had a thought. The immortal world refused to allow the peakless pill to exist in this world. Was it because it was absorbing the laws of the immortal world? Longchen recalled how the primal chaos space was sucking in some kind of energy when the peakless pills condensed. Now he seemed to understand. After an incense stick's worth of time, Longchen felt the pain fade. However, he still felt swollen, like he would burst. Longchen then activated his inner sense. Looking inside of himself, he saw that countless strange runes had appeared in every corner of his body. It wasn't just his flesh and blood. Even his mind-sea had countless starry runes within it now. What is this? Longchen tried to connect to those runes and found that there was no reaction. No matter what he did, he was unable to control them. After a long time, the swelling feeling faded, and Longchen tried to move his body. He felt like his body had gotten stronger. But it still felt numb, so he wasn't too sure. However, Longchen could clearly feel that his spiritual strength had grown stronger. With those starry runes in his mind-sea, his spiritual strength underwent a transformation. Could it be that the peakless pills would improve all aspects of a person? My four-peak realm is more like a peakless realm? Wondered Longchen. The 9-star Hegemon body arts cultivation path was actually so different from other people's. Feng Fu Aliath, Life Fate, and the 108,000 stars, they all have those runes on them. After that, Longchen unleashed a punch. Rumbling rang out. When his fist paused, space twisted around it. It was a bizarre sight. Ha! Longchen suddenly raised his head and laughed. These runes can block the immortal world's laws from restricting me. In other words, when others use magical arts against me, I can actually use these runes to block them. Longchen was incredibly excited. Luo Zichuan had said that only a portion of the heavenly Taoist laws approved of him and allowed him to borrow their power. On the other hand, 99% of the laws wished to suppress him, resulting in his magical arts being limited. Split the heavens in particular went against the will of the heavenly Taoists, thus a great deal of power had to be expended to use it. There was also his strongest attack, the world extermination flame lotus. Due to the Nirvana scripture, the heavenly deaths could not stop him from absorbing flame energy. But the world extermination flame lotus had a long cast time. Let alone against a terrifying expert like Luo Zichuan, it was difficult to create an opening to use this technique even against the likes of Gui Yun and Ku Wuya. It couldn't be unleashed against people stronger than him, and using it against people weaker than him was meaningless. Through Luo Zichuan's training, Long Chen had seen countless weaknesses that he had. But ultimately, he had no way around those weaknesses due to the suppression of the heavenly das. Fortunately, the appearance of these runes gave him hope. Right now, he couldn't control them because they were too weak. But once they grew stronger, the restriction that the heavenly das could impose on him would weaken. That made him feel like his future was bright. When the numbness in his body finally faded, Long Chen consumed the second peakless pill. This time, there was no pain as the medicinal energy was immediately absorbed by the countless runes. They clearly grew a bit larger. Now Long Chen could sense that they were nourished by the medicinal pill. His body was also changing, his power rising. Damn, let's see who in the same realm dares to mess with Boss Long San now. Long Chen clenched his fists with a confident smile on his face. However, when he consumed the third peakless pill, his smile stiffened. Chapter 3251 Dragon Blood Warrior Chiyu. Chapter 3251 Dragon Blood Warrior Chiyu. Long Chen found that when the third medicinal pill entered his stomach, its power remained condensed and didn't scatter. It formed a lump of energy, and the runes didn't absorb it. It seemed that they were satisfied and couldn't eat anymore. Perhaps they were too full to consume more and needed to slowly digest this energy. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a situation. After just 2 pills, he felt that his physical body had strengthened a great deal. As a result, he didn't dare to imagine just how powerful his physical body would grow once he reached the peak of the 4-peak realm. At the same time, he sank into thought. Looking at the primal chaos space, he had a feeling that it was bestowing some kind of indescribable energy to the peakless pills. The immortal world's heavenly Taoist refused to permit the birth of the peakless pill, perhaps because the pill would absorb some kind of taboo energy. But the primal chaos space somehow gave that energy to Long Chen. Even the immortal world didn't wish to give him this energy. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but he was growing increasingly confident that the primal chaos space was greatly connected to the 9-star He-Gem and body art. Unfortunately, he knew too little about this treasure that he had obtained from the Jioli's secret realm. Jioli's secret realm. Jioli race. The two names were the same. Just how were they connected? Just as he sank into thought, Qin Feng came rushing over anxiously. Boss, another brother of the Dragon Blood Legion has come. Long Chen was startled. Did something happen to him? Long Chen rushed over to the infirmary to see a familiar face. He was Chiyu. Long Chen naturally knew the name of every Dragon Blood warrior. He belonged to the second corps and thus was one of Li Qi's subordinates. But at the moment, he was on his last breaths and unconscious. It looked as if he might lose his life at any moment. Our ferry was just about to be activated when this brother charged over, saying that he was from the Dragon Blood Legion and he wanted to see Long Chen. Then he fell unconscious. We didn't have any powerful healing experts on our ship and were barely able to conserve his life with medicinal pills. My apologies, said an expert from the Huayun Trading Company. Long Chen carefully examined Chi's wounds. His insides had been shattered, and his soul was damaged. Moreover, his body seemed to be under some kind of curse. Even so, the High Firmament Academy's healing experts were truly powerful. These terrible wounds had already been suppressed, so his life was in no danger. He would slowly recover. You're too courteous. I will remember this favor. Long Chen bowed to that expert from the Huayun Trading Company. The Huayun Trading Company was truly a terrifying existence. They naturally had goods that had to come and go through the heavenly swell domain. Thus, they needed to cross the Devil Sea. Their merchant ships had special runes on them that made it so that they were essentially never attacked while crossing the Devil's Sea. With every crossing, some people who wanted safe passage through the Devil's Sea would pay a toll to get into the merchant ship. Most experts that came here and went through the Devil's Sea chose to use the Huayun Trading Company's merchant ships. Although it was expensive, it was rather safe. This time, just as they had been about to move out, Chiyu had come flying over. After spitting out some rushed words, he fell unconscious. Because all the experts from the Huayun Trading Company knew Long Chen's name, they brought Chiyu along. Once they were through the Devil's Sea, they brought him to the High Firmament Academy. This person was very courteous. He specifically said that Jing Wolong had just left when Chiyu arrived, so they hadn't run into each other. Jing Wolong was unaware of this matter, so he shouldn't be blamed. Long Chen was extremely grateful to this person, so he immediately paid for the ferry fee and the medicinal pills. After that, that person said some polite words and took the money. After all, this was a business relationship. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let them lose out. However, if Long Chen had overpaid, the Huayun Trading Company would also be unhappy. To use the Huayun Trading Company's words, their money had to be earned using their own abilities, not simply charity from others. After sending off that expert from the Huayun Trading Company, Qin Feng looked at the unconscious Chiyu. He then clenched his teeth angrily. There are 7 wounds on his body that could have been fatal. Furthermore, his body seems to have been poisoned. This is clearly a plot using poison. Just who would be so despicable? The Dragon Blood warriors were all close. On the battlefield, they wouldn't hesitate to receive the enemy's attacks for their brothers. Hence, seeing Chiyu in this state provoked Qin Feng's killing intent. The situation probably isn't simple. Chiyu has actually awakened the primal bloodline on his own. He must have encountered his own special opportunity. Furthermore, his physical body has been strengthened several times. Although he can't compare to you, he's much stronger than other primals. Don't rush. Once Chiyu awakens, well, know everything. The Dragon Blood Legion won't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If Chiyu was in the right, it doesn't matter who the other side is. Well, make them pay the price. Long Chen was angrier than anyone when he saw Chiye's state. He had a deep understanding of every Dragon Blood warrior. They were all straightforward and sincere men, so Chiyu couldn't possibly have done anything wrong. After a day, with the treatment of the infirmary's experts, Chiyu gradually awakened. When he opened his eyes and saw Long Chen and Qin Feng, he wept. Boss, good brother. Don't get emotional. Your soul has been damaged, and too many emotions can further tear it. Long Chen and Qin Feng were both aggrieved. This man that was unafraid of death was actually weeping. Boss, I'm sorry. I betrayed the Dragon Blood Legion. Chiyu continued to weep. What are you talking about? Asked Long Chen. Chiyu wiped away his tears. He then lowered his head, not even looking at them. When I ascended to the immortal world, I joined the Yuhua Prefecture's Yuhua Palace. Because my aptitude wasn't bad and I was willing to work for it, I rose to the level of a core disciple. As Chiyu explained, Long Chen and Qin Feng came to know that Chiyu had had much better luck than Qin Feng. The Yuhua Prefecture was located in the Heavenly Star Domain, which was Su Zixiang's homeland. However, the Yuhua Prefecture was on the other edge of the Heavenly Star Domain, so it was further away from the Heavenly Swell Domain. The Yuhua Palace was the #1 force in the Yuhua Prefecture, and it had an immortal king standing over it. It was a large existence even within the Heavenly Star Domain as a whole. Chiye's luck was quite good after ascending. He ended up right in the Yuhua Prefecture and joined the #1 power, the Yuhua Palace. Due to his aptitude and shocking killing power, the Yuhua Palace broke the rules and accepted him inside, and he soared like a shooting star. In just a few months he rose to become a core disciple. After becoming a core disciple, he still stood out amongst the crowd. He then received the favor of a senior apprentice sister and obtained qualifications to attend a baptism. In just a single baptism, Chiyu managed to awaken his primal bloodline. Chiyu was extremely grateful to that senior apprentice sister. Both of their characters meshed, and they gradually became lovers. However, this was also the cause of a calamity. Chapter 3252 Spirit Psychic Bloodline. Chapter 3252 Spirit Psychic Bloodline. Chi's senior apprentice sister had the beauty of a flower and the radiance of the moon. She was a famous beauty of the Yuhua Palace, and she was also very talented, with an illustrious background. For a woman with such beauty and talent to favor Qiyu was a great blessing. But then, Jiang Baihe, the great-grandson of the palace master, also loved this beauty. However, she didn't like his impatient and fretful character. On the other hand, Qi's arrival instantly moved her heart. After all, every dragon blood warrior possessed a bold, powerful, and fearless character. Compared to Jiang Baihe, Qiyu was far superior. Although Jiang Baihe possessed a powerful background, talent, and aptitude, this woman preferred a man like Qiyu. She was even willing to have a falling out with Jiang Baihe for him, resulting in trouble. The news of Long Chen's accomplishments in the 9 Prefecture Convention eventually reached Qiyu. At that point, he was stuck in a difficult position. He wanted to join Long Chen immediately, but crossing the Devil's Sea was incredibly dangerous. Furthermore, he was always in the Yuhua Palace and had no opportunity to come into contact with the Huayan Trading Company. Thus, he went to consult his senior apprentice sister. However, when she learned that he wished to leave, she cried, feeling like he was abandoning her. She was less important than his so-called boss to him. So, Qiyu was caught in a difficult position. On one hand, he had sworn to follow his boss to death. But on the other hand, he had a lover whom he had deep emotions for. She had also helped him out immensely during this time. Seeing her crying, ultimately, with a mix of shame and a sense of responsibility, Qiyu stayed. This was why Qiyu couldn't look Long Chen and Qin Feng in the eye. In his view, this was already a kind of betrayal. His senior apprentice sister was delighted that Qiyu would stay behind, and he was also happy to see her happy. However, good things didn't last forever. When Qiyu went out hunting with some new disciples, those disciples actually poisoned him. A batch of Yuhua Palace experts then came out to kill him. After killing those new disciples, Qiyu was surrounded by over 10 primals in the same realm as him. As he was poisoned and got several serious injuries, he was sure that death had come for him. Hence, he was prepared to drag a few others with him. Just then, he inadvertently saw a cloud swallow foraging for food and then grabbed its claw. Feeling startled, it flew away. The cloud swallow was a spirit beast. Although it wasn't that powerful and was very cowardly, its flying speed was shocking. Qiyu was flown to some unknown location before being unable to hold on any longer. He then fell from the sky. At that moment, the poison had entered deep into his body, and he had no antidote. Luckily, he then saw the merchant ship of the Huayan Trading Company. Without thinking about it, he charged over and said that he was from the Dragon Blood Legion and that he wanted to see Long Chen. After that, he didn't recall anything else. "Boss, Qin Feng, I'm sorry." Qiyu was choked with sobs, crying like a child. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you abandoned your lover, you wouldn't even be qualified to be our brother. Even if you came, you'd be kicked out of the Dragon Blood Legion. As a man, you naturally must know what your shoulders are carrying. If you let your woman suffer, all the Dragon Blood warriors will look down on you." Long Chen shook his head. "Many thanks, boss." Hearing that, a knot in Qi's heart finally came undone. "We're all brothers. What's the point of being so courteous? Hurry up and tell us whether those killers were sent by that Jiang Baidiao," demanded Qin Feng. He only cared about who had wounded Qiyu. "Brother Qin, it was Jiang Baihe." Qiyu thought that he hadn't said it clearly. "What Baihe one? He's no good bird. Speak, was it him? Well, settle things with him. Fuck, he dares to provoke the Dragon Blood Legion? He doesn't know how death is written," said Qin Feng darkly. "I'm fine. I feel like I can handle this matter," said Qiyu with his head down. "Are you asking for a beating? You don't view me as a brother?" raged Qin Feng. He grabbed Qi's collar. I Chi's face was forced up, showing his shame. Explain yourself, demanded Qin Feng. Chi took a deep breath. The ones who attacked me were Jiang Beihi's subordinates. There were 8 of them, and it was clearly a trap. He wanted to get rid of me so much that he was willing to kill the other disciples who went out with me. He's gone crazy. Since he failed this time, he will definitely set up eyes throughout the Yihua Palace. As long as I dare to go back, he'll send people to kill me. He is the great-grandson of the current palace master. He's also talented and powerful. It can be said he is unstoppable within the Yihua Palace. You're afraid that I'm not a match for him? Asked Long Qin. Jiang Beihi's character might be trash, but he has a spirit-psychic bloodline. He can summon beasts to fight for him. Adding on his own power, he can beat a half-step immortal king. He has power comparable to an immortal king, said Qiyu, clenching his teeth. Although Qiyu detested Jiang Baihe, the latter was too powerful, and Qiyu wasn't on the same level as him. He wanted revenge, but he was unable to do it. A spirit-psychic bloodline? Comparable to an immortal king? Qin Feng sucked in a cold breath of air. That guy was truly terrifying then. He already possessed such power in the Four-Peak realm. Interesting. Let's go see that Jiang Baihe. Long Qin smiled. In the heavenly swell domain, he was already unmatched in the same realm. He had been a bit arrogant before, but then Luo Zichuan had beaten that arrogance back. Now he knew that he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to spread his gaze further. Only by challenging experts could he know where he was lacking. Boss! Long Qin waved his hand. Focus on recovering. Once you're fully recovered, have Qin Feng bring you to the Luo family for some honing. Then we'll go find him and those people that attacked you. It's been unbearably boring around here lately. It's time to get some exercise. Last time, Long Qin hadn't even gotten a real chance to fight in the Chu family. He didn't know just how great the difference between him and an immortal king was. Naturally, an immortal king like Luo Zichuan only appeared once in 1,000 years. Hence, how much stronger was Long Qin compared to an ordinary immortal king? He had the desire to find out. He heard that Mo Nian was able to make even world kings unable to touch him. If he was already so strong, then Long Qin couldn't fall behind. Mo Nian had spread his name throughout the immortal world, while Long Chen's name only resounded throughout the heavenly swell domain. How could he accept that? Long Chen had Qin Feng look after Qiyu. After that, he went to see the deputy dean. When can you give me the status of the branch academy's dean? I'm preparing to go out. 1. Baihe is a crane. Qin Feng says Baidiao/Bainiao, meaning penis/bird. Chapter 3253 Crossing the Devil Sea. Chapter 3253 Crossing the Devil Sea. Now, Long Chen obtained a white robe with golden embroidery, a belt, a golden crown, an official seal, and a new status plate. Every single thing was marked with the High Firmament Academy's specific mark, which possessed a specific spirit that could not be faked. These were all proof of status. Even before reaching the 7th Branch Academy, Long Chen had obtained the title of Dean. In other words, he was already the Dean of the Academy's 7th branch. However, right now, the only member of the 7th branch was Long Chen. This status was precisely what he wanted. Just how much face did he have now? He was the youngest dean in the history of the High Firmament Academy. After letting Qiyu recuperate for 2 days, Long Chen sent Qiyu and Qin Feng to the Luo family along with the newly refined Blood Peak pills. That way, Qiyu could use the honing heavenly staircase. During these days, the medicinal energy stored in Long Chen's body was finally absorbed by those runes. His body then shuddered, and a majestic aura flowed within his body. The first heaven stage? Long Chen felt like the runes in his body had grown a bit. They were also actively moving within his body. After reaching the first heaven stage, Long Chen's aura didn't change that much. But his body was silently changing. Some of those changes were imperceptible to even Long Chen. Just 3 peakless pills had allowed Long Chen to reach the first heaven stage. That was a nice surprise. It seemed that he wouldn't have to stuff himself with the peakless pills just to advance. Eating so many pills all day made him want to throw up. At least, he could avoid that. Long Chen then consumed another peakless pill, and its energy was quickly absorbed by those runes. But the second pill once more stayed condensed. Clearly, those runes needed to slowly absorb this energy. Su Zixiong and Bai Xiaola were the busiest these days. Both of them had become the big brothers of these newcomers. Bai Xiaola had been bitterly studying the 3 flower pupils with his mother. After learning everything he could, he started using the newcomers as his test subjects. They were fully convinced by his power. It was the same with Su Zixiong. He was also from outside the domain, and often exchanged pointers with them. Although Su Zixiong's power wasn't actually that great, that depended on who he was compared to. He couldn't compare to Qin Feng, but for these amateurs, he was very powerful. In just a bit of time, they were all familiar with each other. These arrogant fellows only understood how terrifying Long Chen was after Su Zixiong's teachings. Hence, they grew more and more curious about him. After a few days, Qin Feng and Qiyu returned. Long Chen then gathered the 2 of them, as well as Bai Xiaola and Su Zixiong. And just as he was preparing to move out, Bai Shishir came. "What are you here for?" asked a startled Long Chen. After not seeing each other for a couple of days, Bai Shishir's cultivation base had shockingly reached the 4th heaven stage. She was now a mid-4 peak expert. Long Chen had just started refining pills, so Bai Xiaola and Qin Feng were also in the 1st heaven stage along with him. On the other hand, Bai Shishir had used her own money to buy top-grade 4 peak pills from the Pill Institute. She had money, so she wasn't lacking medicinal pills. Her aura was also extremely condensed. There was no sign of her rapid rate of advancement causing her foundation to grow unsteady. Bai Shishir's talent was truly shocking. Today's Bai Shishir was wearing golden robes. But her hair, which was normally in a high imperial bun, had been let loose and flowed down her back. Her beauty was still as moving as ever, but there was now a sharpness to her aura that made others not dare to get close. "What do you think?" asked Bai Shishir. "What does that mean?" asked Long Chen. "What are you planning on doing?" "I'm going to help my brother get his revenge." "And afterward?" "Afterward." "How did you know?" Long Chen was surprised. He was preparing to go straight to the Vile Dragon domain after handling Chi's matter. The mission that the Academy had given him was a secret. The Deputy Dean had personally given it to him, and told him not to tell anyone else. So, how did Bai Shishir know? "You want to fight over the position of Dean with me?" Long Chen asked with a worried expression. "They'll fight over your head." Bai Shishir rolled her eyes. "Do you think I care about some empty title? I want to go out for tempering." Only then did Long Chen solemnly say, "You can come, but outside, you'll have to listen to me. You can't be willful and reckless." Bai Shishir was very stubborn. If the 2 of them did not agree on something and ended up in a fight, Long Chen would go crazy. "If I feel like you're right, I'll naturally listen." Long Chen's expression sank. Seeing that, Bai Shishir laughed. "How are you such a petty man?" "I'm just joking. You will be the leader outside." Bai Shishir was actually quite afraid of this petty characteristic because Long Chen did have the authority to reject her participation. Only then did Long Chen's expression soften. As for Su Zixiong, he was meeting Bai Shishir for the first time and was dumbstruck by her beauty. Qiyu then glanced at Qin Feng stealthily. Qin Feng simply shrugged, indicating that there was nothing to do about it. Their boss simply had such a good fate with women. "What are you 2 doing? Are you playing eye games?" Seeing the 2 of them stealthily passing intentful looks, Long Chen turned on them. After that, their small group quietly left the academy. Just then, Bai Shishir realized that something was wrong. She asked, "This isn't a merchant ship crossing point. Where are you bringing us?" Long Chen shook his head. "The Huayan Trading Company's merchant ship will only come back in 7 days. I can't wait that long." "You want to cross the Devil Sea?" exclaimed Bai Shishir. "Yes." "You're crazy." Bai Shishir was speechless. Long Chen really was capable of doing anything. However, since she had come out with him, she didn't want to make a fuss. She didn't want others to think that she was afraid. Long Chen and the others sat through transportation formations and quickly reached the Devil's Sea. The flat seawater was black. This was not the Ying Prefecture but another land that bordered the sea. By flying in a straight line here, as long as nothing unexpected occurred, they would reach the other side in just a day. However, even the Huayuan Trading Company's merchant ships wouldn't be so brazen as to fly so rapidly. They would fly at a calm speed, so one day of travel would turn into several days. When Su Zixiong had crossed the Devil's Sea, it had taken him several days. That was because he had gotten lost midway and ended up taking a longer route. The Devil's Sea was like a winding river. Some areas were deeper than others, so the right spot should be chosen for crossing it. When the flying boat left the land, Long Chen sent the boat at max speed across the sea. The air then rumbled as it shot through the sky. Boom! In just a short moment, giant waves burst out of the sea, and a large figure broke through, its mouth wide open as it attempted to swallow them whole. Chapter 3254 A Strange but Marvelous Idea. Chapter 3254 A Strange but Marvelous Idea. No way, we're this unlucky? Su Zixiong cried out in shock. They had just entered the Devil's Sea and could still see land behind them. But they were already being attacked? Qin Feng slashed his saber, and that enormous monster was cut in two. It was nothing more than a four-peak realm sea demon. However, after it was slain, the sea around them seemed to boil. Countless sea demons then began rushing over. I don't understand, the few of us aren't even a snack for them. Why do they want to eat us? Exclaimed Su Zixiong. Our bodies are the best nourishment for them. It is said that they view our human race as human pills for their cultivation. In the desolate era, our human race was viewed as food for countless other races. They consumed us to strengthen themselves. However, now the human race is stronger, and it's our turn to kill them. We can extract their essence blood and refine it into medicine. It really is a turn of fate, said Qin Feng. He stood at the front of the flying boat, constantly slaying the sea demons that approached them. Then why didn't they want to eat me when I crossed the Devil's Sea? Muttered Su Zixiong. Perhaps they felt that eating you would affect their intelligence? Joked Qin Feng. Countless sea demons attacked. Su Zixiong, Qin Feng, and Qiyu killed them, but they were endless. The three of them had no idea when they would be able to kill them all. Bai Sheshe couldn't help giving a reminder. Long Chen, this is both dangerous and slow. Don't tell me that you're planning on killing your way to the other shore. Do you know that if the deep-sea devils are drawn out, then even a world king might not be able to escape? Causing a huge disturbance here will definitely draw them out, and then all of us will be doomed. From the start, Bai Sheshe had felt that this way of crossing the Devil's Sea was unreliable. They had so many people, so they were too big of a target. It was all too easy to draw the attention of the sea demons. Don't worry. Since you could think of it, I am also capable of that. Do I look like a fool? Said Long Chen a bit irritably. Did he really need a reminder for this? Fine, I suppose telling you the truth will only anger you, said Bai Sheshe indifferently. Long Chen laughed. So, even Bai Sheshe could be funny at times. That was beyond his expectations. Xiaola, control that three-tailed fish monster, shouted Long Chen suddenly. As soon as his voice rang out, their vision darkened. Their flying boat was swallowed by a giant three-tailed fish. Its body was both long and slender, like a pole. It was incredibly fast. This was a fourth-rank sea demon. After killing so many third-rank sea demons, they had finally drawn out a fourth rank. Furthermore, it was one of the fastest varieties of fourth-rank sea demons. Yes! Bai Xiaola formed hand seals. At this moment, his three flower pupils activated, and the mark of his eyes appeared within the eyes of the fish. Ha! It's done! Bai Xiaola laughed. His hard work cultivating with his mother had caused him to grow increasingly familiar with his pupil arts. He instantly controlled the sea demon. Well done! "Have it carry the flying boat and bring us away," said Longchen with praise. Bai Xiaola could finally be depended upon. This fish was like an arrow bringing them away at shocking speed. Furthermore, there were no waves or wind on the Devil's Sea. By fastening the flying boat to the fish's back, it was fast, steady, and safe. Its speed was several times greater than the flying boat. Some sea demons noticed them, but they didn't have this fish monster's speed. After chasing a bit, they were lost far behind them. Bai Shushu couldn't help laughing when she saw Long Chen's pleased appearance. This fellow really never walked the normal path. He was actually capable of thinking of something like this. Bai Xiaola was particularly excited. He felt like the outside world truly was fun. Everything was novel. When he saw that the sea demons were dumbfounded by their appearance, and then tried to chase them, only to be flung far into the distance, he laughed. Crossing the terrifying Devil's Sea this way was truly stimulating. Bai Xiaola was having fun with the three-tailed fish monster, but very quickly, a giant shark appeared and caught up to it. With a single bite, it split the fish monster in two, causing Bai Xiaola to cry out. This wasn't a sea demon but a deep-sea devil called the deep-sea shark devil. Furthermore, it was in existence at the peak of the 4th rank. It was also a deep-sea devil with shocking speed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to catch up to them. However, just as it bit their transportation, Longchen punched its head, and with a flash of lightning, its body stiffened. "Xiaola, again!" shouted Longchen. Bai Xiaola recovered from his shock and immediately used the 3 flower pupils to control the deep-sea devil shark. Its head was still dazed from being struck by Long Chen's lightning, so it couldn't even resist before falling under Bai Xiaola's control. Hanging on one of its fins, they charged forward again, and their speed was even greater than before. This refreshing feeling made Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, and the others cheer. Even the icy Bai Shushu wanted to smile. Longchen looked at her. "If you want to smile, then smile. There's no need to hold it back. People should celebrate when happy. Furthermore, you're so beautiful. If you don't smile, it would be a waste." Bai Shushu turned to Longchen. "It seems that your mood is very good. You rarely praise me." Clearly, Bai Shishi's mood was not bad right now. Perhaps she was infected with everyone else's joy, but this happiness was simple and pure. It was like they had returned to their childhood. She had no urge to stab Longchen. "Of course my mood is good. I've been promoted. In the future, I can properly brag. Just thinking about it makes me smile," chortled Longchen, very pleased. However, on the flying boat, only the 2 of them were aware of the matter with the 7th Branch Academy. Longchen didn't state it too explicitly. He could only share how pleased he was with Bai Shushu. "So you're such an ordinary person that an empty title is so important to you?" Bai Shushu cocked her head at him. "Of course it's important. You have a real title, so that's why you don't care about an empty title. We both live in this world, so how can you avoid being one of the many commoners? Furthermore, once I establish the stronghold, I will claim that mountain as its king. My brothers will all come to me. At that time, you will understand what a truly impressive sight is," said Longchen with a laugh. The news of the 9 Prefecture Convention had spread far and wide. That told everyone that he was still alive, and they could calmly cultivate. Once they had raised their realms, they could gather once more. This time, by coming out of the academy, he was prepared to do something big again, letting his brothers know that he had stabilized himself in the immortal world. Those who could come should hurry up and come for some good food and wine. This something big was to rebuild the 7th Branch Academy. His name as Dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th Branch Academy would spread far and wide. Seeing Long Chen's eyes unfocused as if he was in a beautiful dream, Bai Shushu was speechless. She then turned away, and when she did, she suddenly cried out. "What is that?" Chapter 3255 Once More Encountering a Ghost Ship. Chapter 3255 Once More Encountering a Ghost Ship. "What a big ship! But why is it so worn down?" exclaimed Bai Xiaola when he saw the ship. To the side of their flying boat was an incomparably enormous ship in the distance. From so far away, they could see that its mast was high in the heavens, and there was a sail on it as well. This ship was incredibly worn down, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The mast was rotting, and the sail was ripped. An aura of decay came from it. They had no idea just how many years it had existed for. At the same time as they spotted it, they noticed that the sea demons that were drawn toward them had vanished. The Devil Sea instantly became deathly calm. There are ghost ships in the immortal world? Long Chen stared at that ancient giant ship, feeling stunned. He hadn't expected to see it in the immortal world. Ghost ship? Startled cries rang out. Bai Xiaola quivered. Legend is that those who encounter ghost ships will have terrible things happening to them. Are we going to die here? Don't jinx us. Bai Shishir hit him on the head to make him stay quiet. However, even her heart quivered. She had also heard of ghost ships. It was said that those who saw them encountered misfortune and rarely had good endings. The legend was that the ghost ships were reapers of lives. It was unknown if these rumors were true or not. The ghost ship slowly moved across the calm sea, and a strange sound came from it. It was like the wind was blowing its rotten mast. However, in the Devil Sea, there was no wind. This sound made their hair stand on end. As the giant ship got closer, the originally clear sky became covered in a layer of haze. The world darkened. Is something terrifying coming out? Is it going to swallow us whole? Bai Xiaola's voice quivered. He looked around, afraid of something suddenly jumping out. I already told you not to spout nonsense. Bai Shishir wanted to hit Bai Xiaola. She was also afraid, and he just had to say something like that. She subconsciously got closer to Long Chen. The strange sound coming toward them was truly just like a wind blowing across a mast. The smell of decay then filled the air. For this sound to ring out within the darkness was like hearing a ghost wailing. Long Chen suddenly roared. Everyone was already tense, and this roar made them all jump. Ha! Seeing their wretched appearance, Long Chen laughed. Bai Shishir clenched her teeth and hit Long Chen. What is wrong with you? How can you be in the mood to scare people at this time? Hee, don't get mad. It's just a joke to strengthen people's guts, said Long Chen. His appearance made Bai Shishir want to bite him. Don't be so nervous. This isn't my first time encountering a ghost ship. Xiaola, have the shark bring us over to it. We're going toward it? Goosebumps rose on everyone. Long Chen wanted to get closer to this terrifying thing. Boss, the shark is too scared to move, said Bai Xiaola, his voice quivering. All right, you can leave it here. Well, bring the flying boat over. You can stay here if you want, said Long Chen. No, I'd be more scared by myself. We can go together. Bai Xiaola had been seen through. He then thickened his face and ordered the shark to bring them over. Long Chen, have you really encountered a ghost ship before? Asked Bai Shishir. That was in the mortal world. When I set foot on it, I saw secrets that were not recorded in history. Now that I'm encountering one again, perhaps this is a kind of fate. I can't let it slip past me, said Long Chen solemnly. Ghost ships passed through the past and present, and they contained unimaginable karma. Naturally, someone whose life wasn't tough enough would encounter misfortune if they saw one. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of this. He already had terrible bad luck, so he wasn't afraid of more. When they got closer, they found that it was even bigger than expected. Furthermore, it seemed that the laws of the very world had changed. Long Chen, we should be careful. Don't mess around. This thing is absolutely terrifying, said Bai Shishir, her face pale. She wasn't the only one afraid. Bai Xiaola was shaking, and even Qin Feng and Qi Yu had goosebumps. This ghost ship was extremely sinister. They didn't have a good feeling about getting closer to it. You can wait for me here. I'm just going to take a look and I'll be right back. Long Chen started climbing up the ghost ship. Seeing that Long Chen was climbing up, everyone felt a chill. As soon as Long Chen started, Qin Feng and Qi Yu followed. Su Zhixiong then clenched his teeth and followed behind the two of them. Only a brother and sister were left on the flying boat. Bai Xiaola was shaking uncontrollably. You look after the flying boat. I'm going to go with boss. If Bai Xiaola left, then Bai Shishir would be the only one remaining. Even with all her power, in front of this legendary ghost ship, she still felt terrified. Let's go together. Seeing Bai Xiaola going, she didn't dare to stay here alone, so she followed him up. In any case, the shark was under Bai Xiaola's control and wouldn't run. A line of people climbed up a rusty chain. Long Chen then looked back at them. Be careful. Don't let the rust pierce your skin. If that happens, you'll instantly turn into a withered skeleton. The chains were gigantic, so Long Chen and the others were like ants climbing on top of it. As the chains were rusty, some of those flakes of rust were very sharp. Strange fluctuations came from that rust. A ghost ship that passed through the past and future was very strange. The rust very likely contained the power of time. Once wounded by it, the power of time might turn someone to dust in an instant. Everyone carefully climbed up silently. All they heard was the creaking sound of the ship, and it felt like their nerves would explode. If anyone dared to let out a roar at this time, it would definitely scare them to death. They quickly climbed up. Once they were at the top, Long Chen indicated for them to be quiet and wait a moment. He carefully stretched his head up to take a look at the situation on top of the ship. Even with Long Chen's guts, he felt a chill. He saw a bunch of decaying battle armor lying on the ground, and the bodies had long since been turned into withered corpses. Those corpses looked as if they could have belonged to the human race, but they were strangely large. Their arms also reached past their knees. They didn't seem to be human. They were already dead, and yet these corpses remained intact. Just looking at them, Long Chen felt a piercing pain in his soul. This was the might of experts. Even when dead, their will wasn't erased. They didn't permit others to look at them. If these lifeforms were alive, they would definitely be absolutely terrifying. Qin Feng and the others slowly looked over as well. They saw tens of thousands of terrifying corpses. Just as they were staring at the corpses, one of those corpses slowly turned its head toward Long Chen and the others. Long Chen instantly had a bad feeling and covered Bai Shishi's mouth. Her scream was covered up. Just then, the corpses began to move. Qin Feng and the others were horrified. Chapter 32 50-16 Soldiers Through the Tao. Chapter 32 50-16 Soldiers Through the Tao. Don't move! Long Chen sent a message to everyone and then silently looked at those corpses. After looking around, the corpses returned to their original immobile state. Once they were no longer moving, Bai Xiaola and the others sighed with relief. Although Qin Feng and Qiyu had followed Long Chen the longest and were unafraid of death, they were also covered in cold sweat at this moment. Boss, what are these things? Whispered Qiyu. Based on your understanding, they should be called death spirits. You ran into some on the Martial Heaven continent. However, these death spirits seem to lack spirituality. They really are like corpses, but the flame of their souls has yet to fully extinguish. Amongst death spirits, there are also great differences. There's a line of text in an ancient book of the Academy, "In Soldiers Through the Tao." They seem quite similar to that record, said Long Chen. In soldiers? Bai Shishi's expression changed. That's one of the 6 Taos, the Ghost Tao. It shouldn't exist in the same world as us. How can we see them? Humans and ghosts are on different planes. They should not be able to cross, just like how day and night cannot appear at the same time. However, in Soldiers Through the Tao refers to activities of the night appearing in the day. That is why it is called Through the Tao. Such a thing only exists in legends. I didn't expect to run into it here, said Long Chen. We're seeing something that we shouldn't see. That invokes a huge amount of karma. We should hurry up and leave, said Bai Shishir, her face growing increasingly pale. You're being foolish. What are you so afraid of? What's so wrong with invoking karma? Without planting a seed, how will you harvest anything? Without harvesting it, how will you know whether the result is good or not? Since we don't know the future, we can't know if this is good or bad. Moreover, since we're already here, we can't leave just like this, said Longchen. Then what do you want to do? Asked Bai Shirshir, her voice quivering. Longchen hadn't expected someone as powerful as Bai Shirshir to be so afraid of these death spirits. It was very unexpected to him. However, it seemed that amongst everyone here, he was the only one who wasn't afraid of the death spirits. That was because he had thunder force that restricted them. But Bai Shishi's metal energy seemed to be a poor match for death spirits. Furthermore, no matter how strong she was still afraid of the unknown within the domain of death. This was simply natural. Longchen eyed these lifeforms. Based on his estimation, when they were alive, they were definitely at the immortal king realm or perhaps even higher. There were tens of thousands of them. However, as he looked around, all he saw were more corpses. He didn't see any treasures. Longchen looked at the mast, sail, and ropes. They were all treasures, but after the passing of so many years, they were no longer useful. Seeing Longchen's gaze roving around, Bai Shirshir was speechless. This fellow was crazy, no? He wanted to steal something from this place? Even after looking for a long while, he didn't see anything valuable. However, just then, he spotted a sword in the embrace of a corpse. The sword was covered in dust, so he couldn't see what its original appearance was. However, when he used his soul to investigate it, his hair stood on end. That sword gave him an extremely dangerous sensation. A treasure! With Longchen's years of experience snatching treasures, he was sure that this sword was extraordinary. He looked around again and didn't see any other treasures on the ghost ship. The other lifeforms didn't have anything on their bodies. All of you stay here. I'm going in. Longchen waved to them and climbed over the railing. He rushed over. When Bai Shirshir saw Longchen's actions, she turned ice cold. Just how big were this fellow's guts? Once Longchen jumped up, those lifeforms turned to look at him. Bai Shirshir almost screamed. However, curiously, those lifeforms only looked at him and didn't attack. It was as if their heads were spoiled and they were unable to even think. Longchen rushed over to the life form with the sword. He grabbed it, but that life form was holding onto it so tightly that he couldn't take it. Hey, don't be so stingy. You're already dead. Don't hog the toilet if you're not going to poop. Longchen pulled harder. The sword was finally wrestled free from that lifeform's grasp. The sword was covered in dust, but as soon as it was in his hand, the dust fell, revealing golden patterns. After that, light flowed on top of it, filling the ship. What a good sword! Even after all this time, the scabbard's divine runes had yet to fade. This was definitely a divine weapon. Before he could examine it closely, the life form that had been holding the sword suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes actually hadn't withered. When it opened its eyes, Longchen's soul almost exploded. Fuck! Without a second thought, Longchen transformed into a bolt of lightning, fleeing. He shouted at everyone. I've got the treasure! Let's go! Bai Xiala and the others immediately rushed down the ghost ship. After Bai Xiala summoned the deep-sea devil shark, they prepared to flee. Boom! Just then, lightning exploded and Longchen shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the flying boat. Bai Xiala immediately ordered the shark to rush away. Boss, you're injured! Qin Feng cried out. A bloody hole had appeared in Longchen's shoulder. Moreover, fresh blood soaked his upper body. Don't look back! Bai Shirshir and the others were turning back to look at the ghost ship when Longchen shouted. Hearing this command, they immediately fixed their heads in the opposite direction. Longchen himself turned back to see the master of the sword standing at the prow of the ghost ship. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if they could see through a person's soul. The reason why Longchen didn't want Bai Shirshir and the others to look back was because he was afraid that if they saw those eyes, they would see them in their nightmares. Those eyes would then turn into a heart devil that they couldn't forget. However, just as he expected, that life form was unable to leave the ghost ship. The ghost ship sailed away until it was nothing more than a black speck in the distance. After that, the sky brightened once more. With the sky brightening up, it was as if nothing had happened at all. It was like all that was a nightmare that they had woken up from. It made them question whether or not it was real. If they didn't see that Long Chun was covered in blood, they really would feel like it had been nothing more than a dream. "Boss, how is your wound?" Qin Feng saw black liquid dripping out of his wound. It was starting to rot. Long Chun still felt some lingering fear. "Damn, things almost collapsed just now. That fellow was very likely a world king. Take note of the surroundings, and going to heal." Long Chun then took out his bone saber and began to cut off his rotting flesh. Chapter 3257 Precious Sword Given to a Beauty. Chapter 3257 Precious Sword Given to a Beauty. Long Chen's wound was rotting the flesh around it. He then sliced off those parts, and new flesh quickly grew out, only to rot as well. "Boss, what were you struck by?" asked Qin Feng in shock. It had to be known that Qin Feng was very familiar with how amazing Long Chen's regeneration ability was. Any wound could almost be instantly healed, so he had never seen such a thing occur to Long Chen. "I misjudged. That fellow was an expert of the sword Dao, and this is the result of him raising a single finger and unleashing sword chi through it. Fortunately, I dodged quickly and used my lightning blade to block it, deflecting most of the sword chi. Otherwise, half my body would be gone right now," said Long Chen. The instant that Lifeform's eyes opened, Long Chen felt an intense sensation of danger well up within his heart. Hence, he instantly fled and condensed a lightning blade, slashing it down in advance. This was one of the moves that Luo Zichuan had taught him. Through heavenly Dao energy, he grasped and cut off the orbit of his opponent's attack. However, that person was too powerful. A single flick of sword chi was enough to pierce Long Chen's lightning blade and strike his shoulder. The lightning blade had blocked most of it, but this sword chi still contained a powerful rotting effect that enveloped Long Chen's wound with some strange law. That was why his new flesh was also rotting. If he ignored it, his entire body would rot. This was a very terrifying ability. Fortunately, the one to be struck was Long Chen. Anyone else would lose their life from the slightest prick. Long Chen cut off his rotting flesh over 10 times before the color of his new flesh gradually became normal. As that strange law was exhausted, the wound finally recovered. "What kind of existence was that?" asked Chiyu, feeling quite frightened. This was all too bizarre. "They are not alive, but they aren't life forms of the netherworld either. Also, they are not like the death spirits we encountered on the Martial Heaven continent. On the surface, they appear to be the same, but they actually are different. I can't really say for sure what they are. But in any case, we've gained experience today. And it's not like we lose out." Long Chen smiled and showed off the sword in his hand with a pleased expression. This sword's entire body was golden, and there were ancient designs carved into it. They looked like written characters, but Long Chen didn't recognize a single one. The sword was heavy in his hand. Moreover, there was a halo of light flowing around it like it was alive. It was a divine weapon possessing immense spirituality. "Pretty girl, your luck isn't bad. This is a weapon made for you." Long Chen smiled and handed the sword to Bai Shishir. Hearing this, Bai Shishir was surprised and her expression grew a bit unnatural. "This is something you risked your life for. What are you giving it to me for?" "Because you're pretty," declared Long Chen. Bai Shishir glared at him, but the moment she saw this sword, she fell for it. She even felt a kind of summons. Her metal energy grew exceptionally active just from looking at it. However, this was something that Long Chen had obtained after risking his life. So, she wanted it but also couldn't accept it. "Just take it. There's no need to repay me with your heart. Just remember that you owe me a favor. If you obtain a treasure that I can use, you can simply give it to me," said Long Chen, forcing her to take it. "Those are the words I expected from a scoundrel like you." Bai Shishir snorted but still received the golden sword. When she touched it, the runes on the hilt and scabbard lit up. Golden runes then flowed around Bai Shishi's entire body. A sharp aura forced back everyone else. A divine weapon accepting a master. This sword really is fated for Fairy Shirshir, said Qin Feng enviously. Bai Shishi's entire body was surrounded by revolving runes, and the runes in her body resonated with them. At this moment, the golden light made her appear like a golden goddess, beautiful and sacred. A golden mark gradually appeared in her eyes. It was something that also appeared on the sword. It really accepted her as its master? Long Chen was also envious. This sword's aura was concealed, making it impossible for him to judge what level of weapon it was. But based on how tightly that terrifying expert had been holding onto it, it was definitely a peerless treasure. The quality of this divine weapon definitely wasn't inferior to his king item pill furnace. Furthermore, his pill furnace couldn't even be used yet as the demon moon furnace's item spirit had yet to awaken. However, this sword had instantly accepted Bai Shirshir as a master. This kind of luck was naturally something that he was jealous of. Jealousy was a vicious thing. Could it be that divine weapons also chose masters based on looks? Holding the sword, Bai Shirshir couldn't help unsheathing it. With a light sound like a phoenix cry, despite only unsheathing a single inch of the blade, golden light erupted, blinding Long Chen and the others. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared. Crackling sounds rang out, and then there was an explosion. Bai Shirshir hastily sheathed the sword back. When the light faded, the flying boat that they were on exploded, along with Qin Feng's belt, Qi Yes arm bracers, and Su Zixiong's metal wristbands. Anything metallic simply exploded. Sorry. Bai Shirshir hastily apologized. She hadn't expected this sword to be so domineering. Just pulling out the slightest bit of it caused everything metallic to explode. That was absolutely terrifying. It was as if it refused to coexist with ordinary metal. Its very presence caused them to explode. Good thing I put away my weapon first. Qin Feng and the others were shaken. At this close distance, perhaps even treasure items would have been destroyed. Sure, I feel like you're still too young, too impetuous. I apologize for this, but I feel like you should return this precious sword to me, said Long Chen with the expression of a mistaken elder. Nice try. Even if you give me your life, I won't give you this sword. Bai Shirshir naturally knew that Long Chen was messing around. With his pride, how could he accept something that he had given away? Bai Shirshir smiled happily. Bai Xiaola had never seen her so happy. You don't have to give it, but my boss is lacking a bed warmer ayah. Bai Xiaola wasn't even done speaking before he was kicked by Bai Shirshir. Bai Shirshir held the sword fondly. Seeing her so happy, Long Chen was in a good mood. Although he couldn't use it himself, equipping his allies was always good. Boss, while you were taking the sword, Yu and I got some of the rust. Take a look. Is it useful? Qin Feng carefully took out a beast hide. Inside was a pile of rust. Staring at this rust, Bai Shirshir didn't know whether to cry or laugh. As expected of Long Chen's followers, it really was a case of bandits never returning empty-handed. Of course it's useful. Good job. You have never disappointed me. Long Chen chuckled. This rust is infected by the power of time, so it possesses a terrifying law involving decay. If you made arrows with them, divine lords would instantly lose their lives when shot. Even immortal kings would have trouble with them. I was planning on gathering some myself, but I didn't expect that fellow to be so terrifying. Well done. Bai Shirshir took out a new flying boat, and they once more sped off with the deep-sea devil shark. Chapter 3258 Long Chen's Dream. Chapter 3258 Long Chen's Dream. Bai Shirshir had obtained a divine weapon, and her smile had yet to fade. She truly loved this new sword of hers to death. To a metal cultivator, obtaining a divine weapon perfectly suited to them was a huge stroke of life. Moreover, this sword didn't dislike her because of her low cultivation base. It was willing to accept her as its master. That showed that the sword had immense confidence in her and her future. Obtaining a divine weapon was like obtaining a close companion, a companion she could have absolute trust in. Bai Shirshir was always alone. Although she had built the Heaven Female Alliance, she didn't have a true friend. So, This companionship was exceptionally exciting for her. Within the flying boat, she was still holding the sword, refusing to let it go. To the side, Qin Feng, Qiyu, and Su Zixiong had taken out a furnace and were melting the rust. It quickly turned into liquid rust. Qin Feng then poured this liquid into molds. After they cooled down, they had their arrowheads. If Boss Guaran saw this, he would definitely die of laughter. Qin Feng bitterly smiled as he eyed these arrowheads. They didn't have any forging arts, so they could only use the lowest level of craftsmanship to make these arrowheads. Without any forging arts, they could only use the most basic methods. Who cares? Although it might be a bit ugly, these things can still take the lives of experts. Adding on Boss wooden arrow shafts, these things will become absolute killing tools, said Qiyu. Using a file, he sharpened the tip a bit and smiled. Although the arrows were primitive and actually needed to be filed, showing that it was entirely the work of amateurs, if these arrowheads pierced flesh, it would still take a person's life. They had done a test. An arrow mixed with this rust instantly killed the Divine Lord Realm Sea Demon when struck, and that sea demon instantly rotted into black water. Although a sea demon wasn't that strong, their life energy was greater than a human expert in the same realm. If it was a human Divine Lord who was struck, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to ask for help before dying. I miss those bosses and our brothers. Speaking of Guaran, Qin Feng thought of Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Xia Chen, Wild, and all the others. Don't be in a rush. We've left the heavenly swell domain. In the future, we'll roam the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Wherever we go, we will be the focus point. The brothers that hear of us will naturally come join us. When we're all together again, we can start doing some really big things in the immortal world. The name of the Dragon Blood Legion will resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands as the immortal world's #1 legion. Where the Dragon Blood Legion is, devils will submit, while immortals and gods will flee. When there is no one else to resist us, we'll create a peaceful world, a world with no slaughter, a world where people don't need to scheme against each other. After kicking out the evil, we'll let the good live peaceful lives. Once we're together, we can live carefree lives. That's true freedom. Long Chen looked out the window with a longing expression in his eyes. He clenched his fists. He had long since grown tired of this world's fighting. However, he had no choice but to fight. If he didn't, he would die. The reason why he had become so strong was because the heavens were forcing him. So far, the world that he liked the most was the spirit world. That was a hidden land of peace. It was a pure land. His greatest desire was to create such a world. Can such a world really exist? Bai Shishir looked at Long Chen curiously. Such a world was something all people longed for. Of course it's possible. In this world full of blood and slaughter, you mostly see the ugly side of things. But behind the ugly side, there is definitely beauty. As long as a person is strong enough, they can defy even the heavens. Once I'm strong enough, the laws of the heavenly Taoists will no longer be able to bind me. I will smash them to pieces and create the world that I want. Long Chen looked up at the sky. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. If the heavens reject me, I will reject the heavens. I will keep what I like and eject what I don't. However, the prerequisite for this was that he had to be strong enough. Right now, that goal was too far. But Long Chen was confident that if he was given enough time, he could do it. Boss, there's land up ahead, said Bai Xiala suddenly. So quickly? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The speed with which they had crossed the Devil's Sea was truly astonishing. They had wasted so much time at the ghost ship but still reached the other shore in just a day. Qin Feng also finished the arrows at this time. They had made over 300 arrows. Just like the Luo family, this side of the land was covered in defenses. Anywhere sea demons liked to come onto land had to have experts standing guard. Boom! The defenders saw a giant shark charging over on the surface. It was like a cannonball. Sea demon alert. No, it's a sea devil. Startled cries rang out and countless experts were alarmed. This attack came out of nowhere. The commander tower hadn't even given them any warning, but the sea devil was already charging toward land. Prepare the divine crossbows and the dragon cannons. Quickly! A shout came from the commander tower. This terrifying attack caught them off guard, causing chaos. Boom! That giant shark smashed into the ground in front of their defenses and then stopped moving. Those panicking experts realized that there was a small flying boat on top of the shark. A few youngsters came walking off. Everyone, don't panic. I'm sorry that my mount scared you, ha ha ha. Baishala walked off and waved toward those shocked experts. Although he said sorry, his expression was not at all apologetic. This fellow was intentionally scaring them to draw everyone's attention, and he had succeeded. Everyone's attention was on him. He dared to use a deep-sea devil shark as a mount? People looked from the deep-sea devil shark that was already dead to the flying boat bound to its fin. They suddenly had a crazy thought. Had these people used the deep-sea devil shark to cross the Devil Sea? However, these people were merely in the four-peak realm. Furthermore, they were very young. They couldn't believe it. Who are you? Shouted a late-stage divine lord from on top of the defenses. He was clearly suspicious about these unknown people. The defensive wall had giant crossbows and divine cannons pointed at them. Bai Shir casually put away the flying boat. Who are you? Hurry up and reply, or we won't be courteous! Shouted the divine lord again, angry at being ignored. Suddenly, Long Chan and the others vanished. The experts on the wall cried out in shock. After that, space twisted, and Long Chen and the others appeared in front of the divine lord. This elder's expression completely changed, and just as he reached out to grab his weapon, a saber was already pressed up against his neck. Don't be nervous. We're just passing by. Conveniently, we can ask you for directions. It was Qin Feng's saber pressed against the elder's neck. Long Chen then indicated for him to put away his saber and turned to the elder. Chapter 3259 Come to Pay Respect. Chapter 3259 Come to Pay Respect. As Qin Feng pulled his saber from that elder's neck, the surrounding divine lords relaxed their hostile stances. They then put down their weapons that were originally pointed at Long Chen and the others. Long Chen smiled slightly. Although he didn't care about these experts, it would be difficult to communicate if they were to try and stop his group. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already shocked them. Sometimes giving a strong display of force was the only way to make communication easier. As expected, although this elder was enraged, he could tell that these youngsters were not to be provoked. His expression was ugly, but his tone had improved. May I know what you wish to know about my Jiang Prefecture? Jiang Prefecture? This isn't the Yuhua Prefecture? Asked Qin Feng. He then looked at Bai Xiala. Bai Xiala was also surprised. I didn't get the direction wrong. Was it because of the ghost ship dash? Cough! Long Chen suddenly interrupted Bai Xiala. However, the words of the ghost ship had come out of Bai Xiala's mouth. As a result, all the experts here were shocked and retreated, as if they were seeing a demon of pestilence. Even that elder's expression changed. The ghost ship was an object of misfortune. Some people said that it was the curse of the devil, and those who saw one would be infected by their misfortune. Moreover, those that interacted with the unlucky people would also run into bad luck. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could there be such a thing as a ghost ship in this world? Senior, we wish to go to the Yuhua Prefecture. May I ask which direction it is? Said Long Chen. Are you that dual champion of the Heavenly Swell Domain's 9 Prefecture Convention, Long Chen? Suddenly, another elder cried out. I wouldn't dare to be called that. But yes. Long Chen cupped his fists. You really encountered a ghost ship? Asked that elder. There was no such thing. I just told them some scary stories while crossing the Devil Sea. I told them about the legend of the ghost ships, so this fellow probably pissed himself when he heard it and got the direction mixed up. Long Chen shrugged. The matter of the ghost ship was too bizarre. It would be best not to randomly talk about it. While Long Chen wasn't afraid for himself, he was worried about Bai Xiala and the others provoking something bad. Hearing that, these experts relaxed slightly. Their guard also dropped when they learned that Longchen was the champion of the 9 prefecture convention. They told Longchen that they had gotten lost. They were very far from the Yuhua prefecture. However, once they learned who he was, they treated his group with warm hospitality, providing him with a mode of transportation and a path that brought them closer to the Yuhua prefecture. Once they were out of the transportation formation, they went off in their flying boat once more. On the way, he told them to keep quiet about the ghost ship. Such a thing was very controversial, and it would be best to be careful about mentioning it to others. Their flying boat quickly approached the Yuhua prefecture. At this moment, Qiyu tensed slightly. The Yuhua Palace was the sect that had raised him ever since he was in the immortal world. He hated Jiang Baihe, but he didn't hate the Yuhua Palace. Now that he was returning to the Yuhua prefecture, he felt a bit lost. "Boss, up ahead is the territory of the Yuhua Palace," said Qiyu quietly as he started to see familiar scenery. "Good. Let's go down." Longchen had by Shusher put away the flying boat, and they started flying over to the Yuhua Palace. As expected, it wasn't long before some experts appeared their way. "Qiyu, you traitor, you have the face to return? The palace master has ordered you to be executed on sight for massacring your fellow disciples." Dozens of patrolling disciples immediately congregated on them, their leader being a mid-4 peak expert. When Qiyu saw that expert, his eyes reddened. This was one of his attackers. 2 of the wounds on his body had been left by this person. "Lu Zia, you were the one who killed those disciples. How dare you accuse me?" roared Qiyu. He then slashed his sword at him. Lu Zia had joined the sect over a year before Qiyu, so he was Qiye's senior apprentice brother. Also, as Qiyu had just advanced to the first heaven stage of the 4-peak realm, he was a bit weaker than Lu Zia. Boom! However, when their weapons collided, Lu Zia grunted. Just like that, he was sent flying, his weapon almost leaving his hold. Lu Zia was shocked. It had only been a few days, so how did Qiyu suddenly become so powerful? Of course, Lu Zia didn't know that Qiyu had gone through the tempering of the honing heavenly staircase. Because of it, Qiyu had transformed from the last time Lu Zia saw him. His sharp edge had been honed. The other disciples with Lu Zia took out their weapons, but they suddenly found that they couldn't move. They were shocked to find that space had frozen. "The adults are talking. Children, don't interfere." When Bai Shaola's hand seals changed, those disciples coughed up blood and collapsed on the ground, their auras plummeting. "Nice. Your spatial energy is well controlled. You can count as a first-rate expert now," said Longchen. Now that Bai Shaola had gotten serious with training, he was definitely not inferior to any heavenly genius. He had good talent, and now that he was working hard, he had actually undergone shocking growth in a short time. Even Longchen had a newfound respect for him. Bai Shaola was delighted to receive Longchen's praise. Seeing that, Bai Shusher covered her mouth and smiled. Ever since becoming Longchen's subordinate, Bai Shaola had truly undergone a shocking transformation. Even with all his efforts, Bai Zhantong was unable to raise his son properly. But Longchen had easily done it. It really was a case of needing the right tools for the right job. With 7 slashes of his sword, Qiyu managed to break through Lu Zia's defenses and stab his sword into his chest. Qiye's face twisted with hatred and anger. "You bastard, did you ever think that such a day would come for you?" With his sword piercing his chest, Lu Zia was terrified. "Junior apprentice brother Qi, don't kill me! I didn't want to be your enemy. I had to listen to senior apprentice brother Beihe's orders. I beg you, don't kill me. It was senior apprentice brother Baihe who forced me to do this." Lu Zia had thought that victory was well within his grasp. But in the blink of an eye, he was the one begging for mercy. The stark fall made him particularly contemptible. "Qiyu, leave him alive. He'll be useful in a bit," said Longchen. Qiyu extracted his sword but punched Lu Zia's face, knocking him unconscious. Just then, the sound of an alarm rang out, and countless experts rushed over. As soon as they noticed Qiyu, a hidden alarm was also spread to certain people. Jiang Baihe had long since set up a heaven-encompassing net. As long as Qiyu dared to return, he wouldn't even have a chance to enter the gates of the palace before being slain. Seeing this, Longchen sneered and suddenly announced, "The 7th Branch's Dean of the High Firmament Academy, Longchen, has come to pay respect." Longchen's powerful voice was like the roar of a god. It echoed throughout this space. "Come to pay respect! Come to pay respect! Come to pay respect!" His voice was echoing, seemingly throughout the entire world. It contained a domineeringness that shook people's hearts. Following that, an ancient voice rang out in the distance. "My important guests, you've come a long way. The Yuhua Palace is graced by your presence. Please come in and have a rest in my home. Let's go." Longchen waved his hand, bringing everyone along. However, Qin Feng and the others were stunned. When did their boss become the dean? Chapter 3260 Yuhua Palace Master. Chapter 3260 Yuhua Palace Master. Long Chen's shout dumbfounded the experts that were rushing over. They stared at him. This person, who was only at the first heaven stage of the Four-Peak Realm, called himself the Dean of the High Firmament Academy. It had to be known that the High Firmament Academy was a well-known existence in any domain. No matter how much it declined, its illustrious history remained. The name of the world's #1 academy had yet to disappear. Furthermore, there was an expert within the Yuhua Palace replying to him, so now they were stuck. They could only stare at the traitor Qiyu but not dare to attack. Some people started to feel uneasy. They were the ones that had participated in the attack against Qiyu. Under the gazes of countless experts, Long Chen's group walked straight forward. When those people saw Qiyu, they were clearly astonished. Qiyu's heart was also tense as he walked, but Qin Feng patted his shoulder and pointed to Long Chen, indicating not to worry. Their boss was present, so there was nothing to worry about. Qiyu nodded and took a deep breath. He said, "Boss, the one speaking just now is the current palace master." The reason why Qiyu was so tense was because Jiang Baihe was the palace master's great-grandson. Since that was the case, Qiyu didn't know how Longchen would find justice for this matter. Ever since ancient times, every single organization remained biased toward its geniuses. Powerful geniuses would be protected no matter what crimes they had committed. That was because a sect's development depended on them. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. Even if Jiang Baihe had plotted against Qiyu, a sect wouldn't throw away a genius whom they viewed as their future just because of Qiyu. When Longchen and his group arrived in front of the gates slowly opened and disciples lined up to welcome them, forming a path. They could follow this path to the plaza, and from there, they would be able to go to the main palace. However, Longchen stopped in front of the gates. Qiyu asked, "Boss, the palace isn't that far. Why aren't you going?" Longchen smiled slightly. "This is such a beautiful place, a treasured land of good feng shui. But while the ground is good, the people are lacking manners." "Well, fine. My mood is good today, and we came to pay respect without bringing any good gifts. I don't mind killing someone to increase the good mood." Longchen grabbed Lu Zia just like that, holding his hair and making a slicing motion in front of his neck with Qiyu's sword. This action made Qiyu jump. Longchen wanted to kill people within the Yuhua Palace and a core disciple at that. That would be a huge humiliation to the Yuhua Palace, planting an undying seed of hatred. The experts of the Yuhua Palace were also shocked. Their killing intent ignited, and they took out their weapons. Just then, space quivered and a white-robed elder appeared in front of the gates. As soon as this elder appeared, all the disciples of the Yuhua Palace bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master!" Qiyu also bowed. However, the Palace Master snorted. "You massacred your fellow disciples and still have the face to return? What? Have you found a reliable backer?" Longchen instantly frowned and said, "Old ghost, do you want to die? Or have you grown tired of living and want to drag the entire Yuhua Palace down with you to your grave?" Longchen was angered. He would rather do this peacefully, but the Palace Master was clearly looking down on him. Long Chun had shown his status and came to the gates. Even if the palace master himself wasn't there waiting for him, there had to be at least someone with status to welcome them. Did they think that he was a dean only in name? Long Chun naturally couldn't walk in unaccompanied. That would be lowering himself. He had come to find justice, not to suffer this grievance. He had finally forced this person out, but the latter didn't even give Chiyu any chance to tell his side of the story before calling him a traitor who killed his fellow disciples. Long Chun was naturally enraged. It really was a case of giving face but not receiving face. How brazen! Where did you come from, brat? You dare to be rude to the palace master? Countless experts of the Yuhuo Palace cursed Long Chun. He dared to curse their palace master? Suddenly, a light sound rang out. As Bai Shishir unsheathed a single inch of her sword, a golden light erupted. It was like a sun had suddenly appeared. Countless experts cried out. Whether it was the weapons in their hands or the ones that they were wearing, everything shattered. When the sword was resheathed, the divine light faded and the expressions of all the Yuhua Palace's experts had changed. Anything metallic had shattered, and even treasure items were destroyed. Now, the palace master's expression changed as he stared in shock at Bai Shishi's sword. He had never seen such a terrifying metal object. Just relying on its innate divine might, it could shatter treasure items. Just slightly unsheathing a sword stunned everyone. This divine weapon from the ghost ship was truly powerful. Old fellow, I wanted to talk to you properly, but now I see that you don't want that. Then there's nothing to talk about. Hand over the ones who harmed my brother, or today your Yuhua Palace will be flattened, said Long Chun. As expected, the grandpa raised the grandson into his likeness. Both of them were the same, and to have this fellow carry out justice reasonably was impossible. Since reasoning couldn't do shit, they could talk with their fists instead. That was always Long Chen's specialty. Boss! Chiyu was shocked. This was the place that had raised him, and he still had gratitude toward the Yuhua Palace. Big words! Even if you have a king item, so what? Since you so arrogantly wish to destroy my Yuhua Palace, don't even think about leaving alive, sneered the palace master. At this moment, the entire Yuhua Palace shuddered as its grand formation activated. The Yuhua Palace's experts were shocked. Their palace master had actually activated the strongest level of the grand formation. Once it was activated, even immortal kings would be helpless against it. Long Chun and the others were now turtles caught in a jar. The palace master eyed Bai Shishi's sword with a hint of greed. He knew that it was a priceless treasure, so he wanted to kill her and take it. That expression was completely obvious in Long Chen's eyes. He sneered disdainfully. This fellow was truly sinister. The palace master had clearly spotted this sword from the beginning and had drawn them to the gates so that he could activate the formation. In other words, he had planned to kill them for the sword from the very start. Long Chen's smile was very dangerous. With this, he no longer needed to have any misgivings. As for Chiyu, his expression was one of disappointment. Even he could see the palace master's greed. Although he knew that the latter would protect his great-grandson, he hadn't expected him to act like this. At this moment, Chiyu's loyalty to the Yuhua Palace faded. Palace master, you can't? Just then, a group of people ran over. Their leader was a stern-faced elder, and beside him was a beautiful woman. Chiyu, are you all right? This woman immediately rushed over to Chiyu, her eyes full of worry. Chapter 3261 Yuhua Patriarch. Chapter 3261 Yuhua Patriarch. Senior apprentice sister Yu Xian am fine. At this moment, warmth appeared in Chiyu's hardened eyes. But there were also conflicting feelings behind them. Chiyu, I believe in you. You definitely wouldn't do anything like that. That Yu Xian was Chiyu's lover. As soon as she declared this, Chiyu's eyes reddened. He wasn't afraid of being harmed by others. Mountains of blades, seas of blood, he was unafraid of all of them. But he was afraid of the person closest to him not believing in him. He was touched by her words. To have such a lover, even death would be worth it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. So many people personally saw it, so he was the one to kill those disciples. A sinister voice rang out, filled with disdain and contempt. Long Chen turned toward the source of the voice and saw a fair-skinned man standing amongst a group of disciples. He swaggered over here. This person's gaze possessed both a demonic charm and sinister air. No matter how Long Chen looked at him, the latter didn't seem to be a good person. Long Chen instantly knew who he was. As expected, as soon as he appeared, Yu Xian furiously said, "Jiang Baihe, don't slander people. Qiyu never acted in such a way. He has always acted magnanimously and in an upright fashion. Everyone in the Yuvhua Palace can see that. He has never bullied the weak, nor did he have any enmity with those new disciples. Why would he kill them? You'll have to ask him if you want to know why he killed them." "Why are you asking me?" Jiang Baihe sneered. He was extremely haughty. He then cast a glance at Long Chen and the others. When his gaze fell on Bai Shishi's face, his eyes brightened. Yu Xian was truly beautiful, but compared to Bai Shishi, she lost her splendor. Hence, Jiang Baihe's eyes shone brightly as he eyed Bai Shishi. "Shut your mouth!" Jiang Baihe was about to say something to her when Long Chen directly interrupted him. He couldn't be bothered to speak with such a person. "Yu Xian, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Long Chen, whom I always told you about." Qi's mood was good. As long as Yu Xian believed in him, then even if the heavens collapsed, he wasn't afraid. Hearing this, Yu Xian immediately bowed to Long Chen. Long Chen then appraised her. She seemed to be both kind and stubborn, the type to take a personal stance against bad people. Long Chen returned her greeting and smiled. "My brother's vision really is good. The two of you are a good match. I just have one question. If the Yuhua Palace is destroyed today, will you hate him?" Yu Xian was stunned, and she stared in shock at Long Chen. Although Qiyu had told her that Long Chen was the strongest person in existence, looking at his cultivation base, she really couldn't believe that he was that powerful. Furthermore, Long Chen was saying such brazen words in front of everyone, including her master. So, she didn't know how to respond to it. The elder that had come with her was her master, the vice palace master. He always treated her, and Qiyu, very well. Qi's primal bloodline had been awakened thanks to her pleading with her master for aid. "Ha ha ha, you keep saying that you'll destroy my Yuhua Palace. As I see it, you've gone mad. I've seen this brat before. He got famous in the Heavenly Swell Domain's 9 Prefecture Convention. Have you forgotten? Does he not know that the 9 Prefecture Convention is a gathering of novices? Here in the Heavenly Star Domain, he is trash." The disciples near Jiang Baihe sneered at Long Chen. Their appearance was like they wished to trample Long Chen beneath their feet. "Xiaola, have them shut their mouths." "Forever," said Long Chen indifferently. Suddenly, space quivered and those disciples that had opened their mouths suddenly had their heads explode. Over 10 experts died just like that. After that, Bai Xiaola slowly undid his hand seals, and the mark of the 3 flower pupils slowly faded. He exterminated those experts effortlessly. Bai Xiaola had trained on the Honing Heavenly Staircase, and had gone through his mother's training. He had finally become a true warrior. Also, he had fully comprehended that there was no need to have any mercy against enemies, nor did he have to have any misgivings. At this moment, the Yuhua Palace's experts were shocked and enraged. This bizarre pupil art killed people out of nowhere. It was terrifying. All those dead disciples were Jiang Baihe's followers, and they were also primals. Such powerful existences had been instantly killed, so how could the others not be afraid? "Courting death!" The palace master roared furiously. As he did, the terrifying might of an immortal king erupted and a palm smashed toward Long Chen and the others. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and extended his hand. Just as he was about to summon his bone saber, an ancient voice rang out. "Jiang Weizhong, with your current actions, do you feel that you are unrivaled beneath the heavens? You think that you don't need to place anyone else in your eyes, huh? Ancestral Patriarch!" When they heard that voice, the senior members of the Yuhua Palace cried out in shock. They recognized this voice. This patriarch had not appeared in thousands of years, and they hadn't expected this matter to disturb him. Patriarch, this group of people goes too far. There's someone pretending to be the dean of the High Firmament Academy, and they even killed disciples of the Unveil Palace. They must be executed for their sins, declared the palace master. Suddenly, a stooped elder appeared in front of everyone. He was an exceedingly old person. His snow-white eyebrows drooped down all the way to his chest, and the wrinkles on his face were so deep that they looked like bark. However, his eyes were exceedingly deep. He was old but not decrepit, giving others an unfathomable feeling. With his arrival, everyone from the Unveil Palace, including the palace master, hastily knelt on the ground. Greetings, Patriarch! This elder ignored their actions. He only looked toward Longchen and smiled. Is the noble sweeper of the academy still doing well? His body is still healthy, and he's still sweeping the ground every day. He is well, said Longchen. He was surprised by this elder. He hadn't expected the Unveil Palace to have such an existence. His aura could not be judged, and he was a monster that should be called a living fossil. This was something that Longchen hadn't factored into his calculations. However, based on his tone, this elder seemed to know the sweeping elder. Even so, as Longchen wasn't sure what this elder's plan was, he said, Senior, this junior came today not to cause trouble, but to obtain justice for my brother. I have the seal right here. I truly am the Dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch. Senior can take a look. You naturally aren't a fake. It was my Unveil Palace that lacked manners. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go chat in the palace? The patriarch's tone was very polite. Then it'll disturb you. Just like that, Longchen followed the patriarch toward the main palace. As for the palace master, his expression was rather ugly, but he could only follow as well. Once they were in the palace and everyone was seated, Longchen got straight to the point. Senior, I wish to know, according to the rules of your noble palace, what is the punishment for killing members of the same sect? Chapter 3262 Wily Old Fox. Chapter 3262 Wily Old Fox. Longchen was very direct, so he directly tossed out such a question. He had come to resolve a problem, not to play games. The courteous words ended here. This is an internal matter of the Unveil Palace. We will naturally handle our matters justly. We don't need an outsider like you to interfere, snorted the palace master. How laughable. If you really were capable of handling this impartially, would I, Longchen, be forced to cross the Devil's Sea just to waste words on you? The Unveil Palace can count as a famous, righteous sect. That is the only reason I came to talk reason with you, hoping that I could resolve this peacefully. I don't know if it's because you think I'm young, but you took me for a fool. Let me say something rude here. I've killed more lifeforms than you've ever seen in your lifetime. Lord Brahma and Puta, none of them were able to topple me. Do you think that you can scare me? You're too naive, sneered Longchen, not giving this palace master any face. Longchen was holding back a belly full of fire due to Chi's matter. He didn't want to be too rigid with the way he handled this thing, but the palace master was truly forcing Longchen with his unreasonable actions. He actually wanted to kill them for their treasures. If that patriarch had not appeared, Longchen would have turned this place into a sea of blood. What big words! You dare to come to my Unveil Palace with such impudence? If you're so confident, then do you dare to fight me? Said Jiang Baihe sinisterly. He was claimed to be a genius that came only once every 10,000 years, so he was extremely arrogant. Seeing someone who was even more arrogant than him, he was enraged. Shut up! You don't know how to properly behave! Shouted the patriarch. He thumped his cane on the ground, causing the entire palace to shudder. As a result, the palace master and Jiang Baihe instantly shut their mouths. Only then did the patriarch turn to Longchen and amicably say, Great Dean, this old man has not properly raised my children, letting you see such jokes. I've been in seclusion all this time, so not clear on this matter. But I can see that Chi-yu is an upright and good child. His eyes are clear. There are definitely some fishy things when it comes to this matter. I will personally investigate it, and find the cause of it to clear this child of all crimes." The patriarch then turned to Chi-yu and smiled kindly. "Child, your talent isn't bad. But your strongest point is your determination. Your willpower is the strongest of all the disciples. Don't worry, I will get justice for you. Furthermore, starting today, no one will dare to make things difficult for you in the Yuhua Palace." Upon hearing this, Jiang Beihi's expression grew extremely ugly. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and killing intent flowed within his eyes. The patriarch was actually willing to stand up for Chi-yu just because of these youngsters. He was enraged, unable to understand what this patriarch was thinking. Had he grown muddled with age? How was he such a coward that was biased toward these outsiders? Why was he protecting Chi-yu so much, while abandoning him, a peerless heavenly genius? As for Longchen, he somehow had a bad feeling. This old man was trying to smooth things over. Seeing the patriarch treat him like this, Chi-yu was overjoyed. He hastily bowed. "Thank you for your kindness. I will listen to the patriarch's instructions." The patriarch laughed. "Good child, what magnanimity! You are a real man. Yu Xian, your vision isn't bad." Yu Xian was also beaming after hearing the patriarch praise Chi-yu. Furthermore, the patriarch was going to stand up for him. In the future, he didn't need to fear Jiang Baihe. With just a few words, this crafty old man had completely placated Chi-yu. Longchen felt like his punch had landed on cotton. Chi-yu had said that he would listen to the patriarch's instructions. If Longchen started making demands now, it would appear all too overbearing. Having already said this, there was no way Longchen could force it. It seemed that Chi-yu was still too inexperienced. Longchen said, "Senior's noble character and integrity are truly admirable. Then this is precisely the result that everyone wants. However, on the way here, I asked Chi-yu what kind of result he wants, and he told me he doesn't want anything else other than to fight the people who participated in the attack against him. Due to their use of poison at the time, he could only watch as those new disciples were slaughtered in front of him, unable to protect them. The guilt from that incident made him swear to kill all those murderers. Most despicable of all, those people actually placed the blame on Chi-yu. Such maliciousness truly makes the heart cold. As his boss, I naturally must help him achieve his heart's desire. There are some things that can simply come to a tacit understanding, but some things cannot be left ambiguous. I won't bother doing a soul search on that Lu Zia, but all those people who attacked my brother that day must give an explanation. I won't bully you. Last time, they used despicable poison, but this time, we can have a fair battle. Chi-yu can still be one person. They had 16 people, but Lu Zia is crippled, so have the 15 of them come out. 1 against 15, a life and death match until one side is exterminated. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, this matter can end." Hearing Longchen's words, Yu Xian was shocked. Longchen wanted Chi-yu to fight 15 primals at once. It had to be known that just now, Chi-yu had sent her spiritual messages to explain what had happened. Yu Xian was now aware that Chi-yu's attackers were all Jiang Beihi's capable subordinates. None of them was weaker than Chi-yu. The only reason he had managed to survive was because they all felt that he was definitely dead, so they didn't want to get dragged down with him. Thus they held back, giving Chi-yu a chance to escape. Now Longchen wanted him to fight against 15 of them at once. Was that not sending Chi-yu to his death? She couldn't believe her ears. Chi-yu was patting her back comfortingly. In the past few days, he had exchanged pointers with Qin Feng. He had also gone up the Honing heavenly staircase and had completely transformed. He was confident. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Yuhua Palace's experts changed. They turned toward Jiang Baihe with some disbelief. Jiang Baihe liked Yu Xian and hated Chi-yu. This was something that everyone in the Yuhua Palace was aware of. But for him to use such despicable means against Chi-yu was truly contemptible. The Yuhua Palace was a righteous power, so for such a thing to occur was an immense humiliation. If such a thing was spread, how would the Yuhua Palace's disciples have the face to see others? They also thought of how the palace master had protected Jiang Baihe. So, he actually wanted to kill the victim? They didn't know about any of this. Long Chen had explained this matter clearly. Actually, he was blackmailing them. If they wanted to keep this matter secret, fine. But the precondition was to hand over the attackers. As long as they listened, he wouldn't be too hard on them. All those who attacked Qiyu that day, stand up! The patriarch had no choice but to helplessly open his mouth once more. Chapter 3263 The Bravery of a Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 3263 The Bravery of a Dragon Blood Warrior. When the patriarch opened his mouth, 15 disciples walked out from Jiang Baihe's side. Those disciples all had cold and tough expressions as they looked at Qiyu. Last time, they had been ordered to eliminate him. They weren't even planning on using poison at first, as that would damage their reputation. Although this matter had to be kept secret, they were primos and didn't wish to use such methods. However, Jiang Baihe had ordered them to, as he would not permit any failure. He wanted to secretly eliminate Qiyu at all costs. That was why he had bought off one of the new disciples under Qiyu's lead to poison him. After poisoning him, all those people were killed. It was an easy cover-up. However, after being poisoned and surrounded, Qiyu suddenly managed to grab a spirit beast and flee. Jiang Baihe was infuriated with them for this failure. He was just a little bit off from killing them. But as they were unable to even accomplish such a small matter, they themselves were also angry. Now that Long Chen had brought Qiyu back and was challenging them to a 1-against-15 fight against Qiyu, they felt that he was sending Qiyu to his death. The martial stage was activated and the 15 of them directly entered. At this moment, Yu Xian held Qiyu's hand nervously. She didn't want him to go as she was afraid. Don't worry. Believe in me. Qiyu patted her hand and then walked up to the stage. Qin Feng said, Brother Boss is here. Bring out the might of the Dragon Blood Legion. Whether or not you are in the Dragon Blood Legion, you are a Dragon Blood warrior. Qiyu suddenly turned back and looked at Long Chen. After he clenched his right fist and struck his chest hard, he smiled confidently. Qiyu stepped onto the martial stage. Its divine light covered them in a barrier, isolating them from the rest of the world. Somehow the barrier possessed a heavy aura. It was said that this barrier was something that even immortal kings would have difficulty breaking. Seeing Yu Xian extremely nervous, Long Chen was quietly happy for Qiyu. True love endured hardship. Qiyu could also be said to be blessed. Let the competition begin! An elder of the Yuhua Palace announced the start of the battle. The 15 primals immediately pounced at Qiyu, launching their sharpest killing blows. Boom! 15 weapons whistled toward Qiyu, crashing into his sword. However, with a single sword, he blocked all their attacks, and the result was that both sides were sent flying. That caused startled cries to ring out. Qiyu's realm was the lowest of the fighters. But on his own, he had blocked the attacks of 15 people. How did he do this? Long Chen nodded after seeing that. Perhaps the position of the most foolish people in the Dragon Blood Legion could only belong to himself and Wild. In just a few days, Qiyu had started to understand how to use heavenly Tao energy. Long Chen had climbed up the Honing Heavenly Staircase an unknown number of times, but had still been too foolish to comprehend this power. If it hadn't been for Luo Zichuan, he probably wouldn't have learned how to control heavenly Tao energy in his entire lifetime. However, Wild was truly foolish, while Long Chen was only this foolish because the heavenly Taos were biased against him, so he hadn't ever tried to grasp that feeling. Qiyu's technique borrowed the power of heaven and earth, otherwise there would have been no way for him to block all 15 of their attacks. Of all the experts present, only the palace master and the patriarch realized this. The power of heaven and earth was normally something only divine lords could start to get a grasp over. Those who could truly control heavenly Tao energy had to be immortal kings. Qiyu had only left the Yuhua Palace for a few days, but was already starting to control the power of heaven and earth. Hence, even the two of them were shocked. Although it was only in embryonic form, he had taken this step in advance of all other four-peak experts. This one step allowed him to stand out within the four-peak realm. Kill! Chiyu suddenly stamped on the air. The void shuddered, and he shot out like a meteor toward the 15 of them who had yet to stabilize. The 15 of them had thought that their combined attack would definitely kill Chiyu or at the very least leave him seriously wounded. They hadn't expected to end up in a draw, and they hadn't discussed how to cooperate any further than that. Boom! Chiyu arrived in front of one of those experts, and slashed at his head. Seeing that he couldn't dodge and that the people around him couldn't help, he stabbed his spear toward Chiyu's chest. The sword was shorter than the spear. Although he attacked second, just as Chiyu's sword struck his neck, his spear would definitely pierce Chiyu's chest. This was a trade, one life for a life, forcing the opponent to change moves if they didn't want to die. However, just as he stabbed his spear forward, his expression changed. He was shocked to find that Chiyu's sword contained all his power. There was no room for changing techniques. In other words, in order to kill him, Chiyu no longer wanted his life. That disciple hastily pulled back his spear to block. He didn't want to die. As a result, the hesitation resulted in him pulling back his spear slowly, and Chiyu cut him in two. Blood then dyed the martial stage. Startled cries rang out. Chiyu was truly tough, to the point of craziness. This was entirely relying on risking his life without other techniques. It was a competition of whose guts were bigger. After killing that disciple, Chiyu shot off to the left. Two swords cut the back of his robes, and blood soaked his upper back. At the same time as he dodged, his sword swung through an odd angle. Two more heads soared into the sky. Using the smallest price, Chiyu exchanged an injury for 2 lives. Normally, 4 peak experts could survive for a while even after having their heads cut off, but Chiyu's sword contained the power of the heavenly Daos. At the same time as his sword cut off their heads, it also shattered their souls. 3 disciples were killed in an instant. Chiyu was like a fiend who killed without batting an eye, an existence that had been released from hell. That chilling killing intent of his shook people's souls. The others instantly grew afraid. Even while Chiyu was injured, they didn't take advantage of that to attack. Instead, they chose to retreat, waiting for an even better opportunity. As a result, that became a fatal mistake. As soon as they retreated, their formation scattered. Hence, Qin Feng shook his head and indifferently declared, "It's over!" As if cooperating with his words, Chiyu moved like lightning, hunting down those remaining disciples. With every swing of his sword, he reaped one of their lives. In just a moment, 5 more of them fell and only 7 remained. Chiyu was also covered in blood, but his eyes were icy. They didn't contain the slightest emotion as he continued to kill. "Junior apprentice brother Chiyu, don't kill me! We had no choice in the matter. It was senior apprentice brother Baiha who forced us. If you want revenge, kill the person responsible. Let us go dash." One of those disciples actually knelt on the ground and wept, only to be mercilessly killed by a stroke of Chiyu's sword. "Stop!" Finally, Jiang Baihe was no longer able to continue watching. He furiously roared. Favorite. Chapter 3264 Longchen vs. Jiang Baihe. Chapter 3264 Longchen vs. Jiang Baihe. These people were his important subordinates. If you wanted to beat a dog, you had to look at its master first. But now, these dogs were actually selling him out due to their fear. He could no longer keep watching. He saw that his subordinates had been mentally crushed. It was fear that was in control of them now. Having lost the courage to fight, all of them would be killed if this continued. The moment Chiyu managed to receive their combined attacks, their defeat was decided. After that, Chiyu killed them one by one, and they were unable to unleash a combination attack again. "Junior apprentice brother Chiyu, no, Grandpa Chiyu. I was only listening to orders. Am willing to be your ox, be your horse." Jiang Baihe's roar was unable to get into the martial stage. But the voices inside the martial stage were clearly transmitted out. At this time, these people no longer cared about dignity. They only wished to keep their lives. They were begging as they fled. However, from the start, Chiye's expression was cold, and he continued to kill them one by one. The final disciple despaired and actually charged at Chiyu. Boom! In his despair, he actually self-detonated. Regretfully, other than forcing Chiyu back, he didn't cause any injuries. After the martial stage's runes slowly faded, Chiyu walked off, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. It was an astonishing sight. It had to be known that those were not ordinary disciples. They were primals, the future pillars of the Yuhua Palace. They had been slain just like that. After a moment of shock, the Yuhua Palace's senior experts realized the implications of this, and their expressions grew exceedingly ugly. This was a huge blow to the Yuhua Palace. Patriarch, although these disciples acted wrongly, those sins weren't worthy of the death penalty. Don't you think having them killed like this is too far? Can it be that our great Yuhua Palace is simply going to be threatened by others? Chiye's life is important, but are everyone else's lives worthless? Asked an elder, bowing at the same time. He was extremely angry. This person's position in the Yuhua Palace seemed to be quite high. There were quite a few people who agreed with him, thinking that Long Chen's group had gone too far. Seeing this, the Patriarch started to get a bad feeling. But before he could say anything, Long Chen directly said, "Senior is correct. Truly well said. All lives are equal. So tell me, since everyone is equal, why was it that Chiye's life could be taken from him by others? What about the hundreds of new disciples that Chiyu brought out hunting and were killed? Hundreds of lives were lost, all due to Jiang Baihe. Since all lives are equal, naturally justice must be obtained for those innocent disciples that died so regretfully. It's not as if Jiang Baihe's life is important, but everyone else's life is worthless." It could be said that Long Chen had managed to grasp the opening in the elder's words and sharply pierce through it. Before this, the Patriarch had managed to mediate and gloss over this, while Chiyu was too naive and really fell for it. If that had happened, Long Chen would have had no choice but to let things go after Chiyu killed his attackers. Even so, Long Chen didn't want to let Jiang Baihe off. However, the Yuhua Palace was the place that had raised Chiyu in the immortal world. Long Chen didn't want Chiyu to carry the burden of destroying his own sect. Thus, after killing these people, as long as the Patriarch could guarantee that Jiang Baihe would no longer target Chiyu, this matter would be settled. Even though Long Chen didn't like that result, he could only accept it. However, this elder's angry words had given Long Chen the opening that he wanted. By criticizing Chiyu as a ruthless murderer and Long Chen for threatening them, Long Chen was given the chance to point to the source of this conflict, Jiang Baihe. It had to be known that he was the true ringleader. If they disagreed with how things were carried out, then fine, Long Chen also disagreed with how things were carried out. You wanted to cause more trouble? Fine, then there would be more trouble. That elder was made speechless by Long Chen's words. He wanted to say that those new disciples couldn't compare to these future pillars of the sect, but his previous words would turn that into a slap to his own face. All those criticizers were left flabbergasted. They had no way to retort. At this moment, the Patriarch's expression grew even uglier. He cursed these fools. This matter had originally been settled by him, but they had to cause more trouble. Even he no longer knew how to suppress this matter now. Damnable ants, you've grown tired of living, huh? You want revenge? Fine, they'll give you a chance. Long Chen, come out. They'll give you a chance to fight fairly. Jiang Baihe was infuriated and was no longer able to hold back. He directly challenged him to a battle. Absolutely not, shouted the Patriarch. Patriarch, it seems that there's no stopping this. The other side has come right to our door to bully us. If we continue to submit, the reputation of the Yuhua Palace that has been built over hundreds of thousands of years would be destroyed overnight. How would we face our ancestors? The palace master also couldn't hold back any longer. Although this Patriarch's seniority was immeasurably higher than his, he was the current palace master. He had the authority to decide this matter. Also, he had absolute confidence in Jiang Baihe. That was because within the entire Yuhua Palace, he was the only one who knew just how powerful Jiang Baihe was. When Jiang Baihe was just born, he already caught the palace master's eye. Then the latter raised him up himself. Behind his growth was an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears. Although Jiang Baihe was arrogant, he had the power to be so. In his eyes, as long as someone had power, any flaws were unimportant. Thus, the palace master was in full support of Long Chen's battle against Jiang Baihe. He bitterly hated Long Chen and wanted to crush him. The way that Long Chen had repeatedly said that he would destroy the Yuhua Palace drove him mad. To say that he would destroy the sect right in front of the palace master's face was no different than slapping his face. Fool, when two tigers fight, there will definitely be casualties. My Yuhua Palace has previously received the favor of the High Firmament Academy. It is unacceptable that you wish to harm the relationship between our two sections. Jiang Weizhong, do you dare to not listen to my words now that you've grown up? The patriarch furiously stood up. Within the Yuhua Palace, quite a few experts were in support of Jiang Baihe and this challenge. They all hoped for Jiang Baihe to slay Long Chen to win back the face of the Yuhua Palace. However, the patriarch's fury made them quiver. Although Jiang Weizhong was the palace master, in the end, all major decisions required the patriarch's approval. Long Chen was surprised. The Yuhua Palace had a relationship with the High Firmament Academy? However, after a moment of thinking, he realized that this connection was nothing more than an excuse. The patriarch simply didn't want him to fight Jiang Baihe. Long Chen sighed and sighed. This old fellow really wasn't ordinary. He seemed to know what Long Chen was thinking and was very apprehensive of him. Today, between Long Chen and myself, only one can live to see tomorrow's sun. No one can stop it. Long Chen, if you were raised by a father and mother, come out and fight, roared Jiang Baihe. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's calm expression instantly sharpened, his killing intent igniting. The entire palace felt like it had been dropped into an icehouse. That bone-chilling killing intent invaded even their souls, making them quiver. All right, as you wish. Long Chen spat out his response. Chapter 3265 You're still too immature. Chapter 3265 You're still too immature. Long Chen's response pleased Jiang Baihe. But the patriarch's expression grew exceedingly ugly. Things had progressed to this point, so all his previous efforts were for nothing. Seeing Jiang Weizhong's expression as if victory was in his grasp, the patriarch was ashen with rage. No one could change Jiang Baihe's haughty arrogance. The patriarch knew that he had been spoiled rotten. From his childhood, he had always had Jiang Weizhong supporting him. If the patriarch used his status to forcibly stop this, Jiang Baihe would definitely refuse. He might very likely abandon his status as a disciple of the Yuhua Palace just to fight Long Chen. The patriarch could only sigh and stop trying to fight it. Seeing that the patriarch was silent, Jiang Baihe said, "Come, Long Chen. Show me what abilities the dual champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention has. It'll show you that you are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. In front of me, you being champion is nothing more than a huge joke." Long Chen coldly looked at him. "As you wish. Activate the martial stage." "Activate the martial stage? This martial stage is unable to endure my power. Let's fight outside the palace." Jiang Baihe laughed arrogantly and flew out of the palace just like that. His speed left people smacking their lips. Long Chen snorted and also shot off. After that, Bai Shishi, Bai Xiaola, Qiyu, Qin Feng, and Su Zixiong followed. When the palace master rose, the patriarch sighed. "Weizhong, your foolishness has finally resulted in the death of your great-grandson." Jiang Weizhong shook his head. "Patriarch, you've been in seclusion for too long, and you don't know what's been happening in the outside world. Jiang Baihe's power is not to be underestimated. You'll definitely be surprised by him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with his power, he can sweep through the Heavenly Star Domain's junior generation." Jiang Weizhong had absolute confidence in Jiang Baihe's power. He didn't think that anyone in the same realm could defeat this great-grandson of his. Moreover, he thought that the patriarch was already so old. As people got older, their guts got smaller. It was no longer his era. Today, I'll show everyone just how terrifying Baihe is. Just wait and see. Jiang Weizhong laughed and walked out. The elders of the Yuvua Palace were shaken inside. Jiang Weizhong no longer seemed to have much respect for the patriarch. He actually dared to leave on his own. That was disrespectful. However, many elders bowed to the patriarch and left as well. These elders could see that the palace master seemed to be dissatisfied with the patriarch's conservative methods. The two of them were starting to conflict. Only a few dozen elders remained. They were mostly the older ones, and in the same vein as the others, they were dissatisfied as well, but not with the patriarch. The palace master was also ignoring them. Yu Xian and her master, the vice palace master, stayed behind. Yu Xian then looked at the patriarch's furious expression and knelt on the ground. With a sob, she said, "Patriarch, it was my fault. I was the cause of all of this." Hearing this, the patriarch recovered from his rage and shook his head. He walked over to her and lifted her up. "Good child. Although your talent isn't as good as Jiang Beihe's, your heart is pure. You are blessed with good fortune. In the future, it'll probably be depending on you to be the pillar of the Yuvua Palace." When the patriarch said this, all the remaining experts' expressions changed. How could he say such a thing? Patriarch Yu Xian's first thought was that the patriarch had gotten muddled with rage. The patriarch waved his hand. "Let's go. We have to watch. Sai, having big guts is good, but without care, these guts will cause a disaster. This matter is my fault." The outside of the Yuvua Palace was filled with mountain ranges spreading beyond the horizon. This was all the territory of the Yuvua Palace and also the hunting grounds of its disciples. Long Chen and Jiang Baihe stopped in a mountain valley. Bai Shishir and the others were watching from not too far away. Behind Jiang Baihe were countless experts of the Yuvua Palace, and Jiang Weizhong was amongst them. When the patriarch appeared, it caused even further chaos. The patriarch was actually standing beside Jiang Weizhong. When he stood there, Jiang Weizhong maintained a polite expression, but there was a disdainful expression in his eyes. Clearly, he had won this round. The patriarch had no choice but to lower his head to him. "Weizhong, do you remember when you were 7 and joined the Yuvua Palace?" asked the patriarch suddenly. "Yes, patriarch." Jiang Weizhong nodded. He looked at the patriarch, not knowing what he was trying to say. However, seeing his flat expression, Jiang Weizhong felt refreshed. It seemed that after this competition, the patriarch was planning on conceding to him. In the future, the patriarch would no longer disturb his matters. The patriarch continued, "I remember that up until you were 15, there was no sign of your bloodline awakening. You were always bullied by others. There were several times when others almost killed you. Later on, your bloodline awakened and you soared. Anyone who had targeted you before was killed. At 97, you became an immortal king. You were the 7th genius of the Yuvua Palace who managed to become an immortal king before 100. You went through a grand journey throughout the heavenly star domain. Eventually, you challenged Wild Saber Luo Zichuan. However, you were defeated by a single blow of his saber, and your soul was badly wounded. It took 400 years for you to recuperate." Jiang Weizhong's expression sank. He coldly said, "That was my carelessness. Luo Zichuan was also despicable. He simply attacked without saying anything. When Jiang Weizhong ascended to the immortal king realm, he saw a boundless future before him. As a result, he challenged Luo Zichuan. However, Luo Zichuan ignored him until he destroyed one of the towers by the Luo family's gates. In his fury, Luo Zichuan almost killed Jiang Weizhong with a single blow. If it hadn't been for a protective divine item protecting him as he fled, he would have lost his life." After returning to the Yuvua Palace, Jiang Weizhong tucked his tail between his legs and quietly healed. He no longer dared to go out and mess around. That battle had turned him into a laughingstock, one of Luo Zichuan's stepping stones to fame. That was his life's greatest humiliation. Hence, when the patriarch brought this up in front of so many people, he was enraged. The patriarch calmly continued, "Winning and losing is common among warriors. When you unsheath your sword, you must be ready to resheath it as well. Only someone who understands how to retreat will understand how to go on the offense. After that battle, I found that you had reserved yourself and felt that you had matured. Thus, I recommended you to be promoted to the position of palace master. But I didn't expect history to repeat itself again. You didn't pass on your bloody lesson to your great-grandson. He is just as arrogant as you were back then, and just like you from back then, he lacks any respect. Even the path he is walking is the exact same. Could it be that this identical story was fated? Haha, you lost to Luo Zichuan back then. Do you know that just before this, Longchen received Luo Zichuan's guidance? He just destroyed the Chu family." Jiang Weishong's expression changed. He rarely bothered with things outside of the Heavenly Star domain, so he had no idea about Longchen's relationship with the Luo family. But he quickly sneered. "You mean that Longchen is Luo Zichuan's apprentice? Then that's excellent. Once Jiang Baihe kills Longchen, he will avenge the humiliation of that saber blow from back then." "Child, you are still too immature." The patriarch sighed. Just then, Jiang Baihe's entire body began to shine brightly. His blood chi raged and he entered his combat state. "It's begun." Everyone instantly tensed up. Chapter 3266 Bone Saber's Divine Radiance starts to show. Chapter 3266 Bone Saber's Divine Radiance starts to show as Jiang Baihe's blood chi was fully unleashed. His divine might raged and the roar of a fierce tiger could be heard from his manifestation. His blood chi covered the very heavens. Even from a great distance, people could feel his terrifying bloodline pressure. Whistling winds unfurled, slicing through the air like blades. The ground beneath his feet began to disintegrate, and countless boulders were sent rolling. Even those familiar with Jiang Baihe were stunned by this scene. They hadn't expected that Jiang Baihe had been holding back his true power. It was only revealed now. Just this bloodline pressure was enough to crush divine lords. His bloodline power was so strong that it had formed a kind of domain. "So powerful! This bloodline pressure is irresistible!" exclaimed one of the late-stage Divine Lord Elders of the Yuhua Palace. Even as a late-stage Divine Lord, he felt suppressed by this bloodline pressure. Under this pressure, it was very difficult for him to unleash his true power. If he was fighting Jiang Baihe, he would have to flee. Seeing that a late-stage Divine Lord would give such an assessment of Jiang Baihe, the disciples all stared at him with both fear and admiration. "Patriarch, do you see? Baihe's bloodline is so pure that even late-stage primal divine lords will be suppressed. Under this pressure, he can kill them easily. Even I would need to unleash my full power just to guarantee my victory. Would such a genius fear Longchen?" said Jiang Weizhong confidently as he watched Jiang Baihe arrogantly unleashing his bloodline power. Jiang Weizhong sneered disdainfully. That wasn't just a sneer toward Longchen but also the patriarch. Jiang Weizhong thought that the patriarch had grown old and his vision was clouded. However, he was surprised when the patriarch shook his head. "Do you know why I was disturbed out of seclusion?" Jiang Weizhong didn't know how to reply, as he didn't know the answer. He thought that the patriarch was secretly keeping track of what was happening in the Yuhua Palace. He didn't know that the patriarch was actually deep in seclusion. "Just as you were about to attack Longchen, the Yuhua Palace's karmic luck divine pillar started changing color. It was on the verge of cracking," said the patriarch. How can that be?" Jiang Weizhong and all the other elders of the Yuhua Palace were shocked. The karmic luck divine pillar was the foundation on which the Yuhua Palace was built. It was a priceless spiritual treasure, one that possessed the miraculous ability to anticipate the future of the sect's karmic luck. When it gave off a warning, it meant that something that could threaten the Yuhua Palace was approaching. For it to change color meant that the Yuhua Palace was in danger of being destroyed. Historically, whenever the Yuhua Palace was on the verge of a tribulation, the karmic luck divine pillar would accurately predict it, allowing them to safely pass through. However, for it to not have just changed color but also been about to crack, the patriarch jumped in horror and immediately rushed out. That was what resulted in everything afterward. I don't believe that Longchen has that ability. There's definitely a problem with the karmic luck divine pillar. Jiang Weizhong clenched his teeth. He refused to believe that Longchen was that powerful. The patriarch indifferently said, "You don't believe it, and I don't believe it either. But I believe that there is no problem with the karmic luck divine pillar. I cannot see through Longchen's power, but I can tell you that the High Firmament Academy is the oldest academy within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It has been slumbering for countless years and already declined, and yet it still dares to resist Lord Brahma. For a simple disciple, they had a falling out with Enputa. Furthermore, their branch sects were destroyed countless years ago, and yet Longchen has brought over the seal of the 7th Branch Academy. He is the dean of the 7th Branch Academy. That means that the High Firmament Academy is starting to revive their branch academies, and that they are launching a counterattack against Lord Brahma. Longchen is their tool for doing so. Without the High Firmament Academy backing him up, what can a small 4-peak disciple like him do? There is no need to question just how important Longchen is to the High Firmament Academy. If you kill him, do you think that the Yuhua Palace can endure the wrath of the High Firmament Academy? Furthermore, Longchen also has a pair of siblings beside him. They are the grandson and granddaughter of the current dean. Their family has been through 7 generations, with every generation only resulting in a single powerful man. For a divine weapon, you actually wanted to kill them. Do you know how foolish you are? If you killed them, this world would no longer have a Yuhua Palace. The patriarch's words were flat, but they were like thunder in their ears. They had not been thinking this far, nor did they know that the High Firmament Academy had such a terrifying foundation. Their impression of the High Firmament Academy was a giant tree that had dried up. No matter how big it was powerless to return to the springtime of its youth. All that awaited it was death. Jiang Weizhong's expression was extremely ugly. He knew more about the High Firmament Academy than the rest of these elders. But he had only been thinking about the sword and hadn't paid any attention to Bai Shishir and Bai Shaole's identities. Now that the patriarch had revealed all this, he was embarrassed. After all, he was the current palace master. For the patriarch to call him a fool made him lose all face. At the time, I only wanted to scare them a bit. How could I, the palace master, really bother killing some juniors? Raged Jiang Weizhong. After acting wrongly, you don't dare to admit it. You even come up with excuses to cover it up. That only shows that other than being foolish, you are also a hypocrite with an inferiority complex. Other than everything else you did, the most foolish thing was personally causing your great-grandson, a genius that only appeared once in thousands of years of your Jiang family, to die. Said the patriarch coldly. Bullshit. Jiang Baihe definitely can kill that brat. You've grown muddled with age, and your mind has decayed. You are no longer suited to take charge of the Yuhua Palace, roared Jiang Weizhong. This roar caused everyone to jump, and all their expressions grew ugly. Jiang Weizhong actually dared to curse the patriarch. That was on the same line as killing a master or destroying a sect. It was a grave taboo of the immortal world. Palace master, you've gone too far. The patriarch's analysis is correct. For you to curse him for the truth, are you not afraid of being laughed at by others? Demanded Yu Xian angrily. Jiang Weizhong didn't have any filter over his mouth. For him to have said such disgraceful words, even he was regretful. But having said it, he couldn't take it back. Jiang Weizhong thickened his face and said, Disciple was wrong to say that. I've offended the patriarch, so I apologize to you in front of everyone. When we're done here, I will kowtow to you in apology. However, I firmly disagree with your viewpoint. If Baihe loses, I will abdicate the position of palace master. However, if Baihe wins, it means that I was right. If so, I hope that you don't interfere in my decisions in the future. The patriarch looked at Jiang Weizhong, not at all angry. Instead, he simply sighed. Let us let the facts speak then. Everyone turned back to the battlefield. Jiang Beihi's bloodline pressure was still rising, and yet Long Chen did not react. He just calmly watched him. "Have you seen the difference and are despairing?" asked Jiang Baihe with a disdainful smile. "Are you done? In order to let you die fully convinced of your defeat, I've been waiting a long time," said Long Chen indifferently. A bone saber then appeared in his hand. After that, Long Chen swung his saber. A perfect arc appeared in the air before the saber rested on his shoulder. That arc was a crack in the void, and it didn't heal for a long time. When they saw that, everyone's expression changed. Chapter 3267 Psychic Beasts. Chapter 3267 Psychic Beasts. What kind of divine weapon is that? Long Chen had only lightly swung his saber through the air, but it cut apart the void. Hence, everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying divine weapon before. This blade appeared in front of others for the first time, and its sharpness made countless experts quiver. "I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on your body." "Good, then they'll all belong to me after today." Jiang Beihi's eyes lit up. He was clearly attracted to Long Chen's saber. A divine weapon that was like fine jade was naturally attractive. Greed is one of the original sins. Jian Weizhong almost caused the destruction of the Yuhua Palace because of greed. On the other hand, your patriarch worked so hard, even willingly lowering himself to talk on the same level as me, a four-peaked disciple, just to protect all of you. Your patriarch managed to drag you back from the gates of hell, but you just had to charge your way there. It seems that you don't know. The first time that I saw you, I saw the darkness and evil in your heart. There is something very loathsome within your soul. The moment I saw you, I wanted to kill you. But in order to not cause trouble for my brother, I was able to endure and let you live. Regretfully, you never thought to let others live. It is precisely this desire of yours that caused you to step onto the path of no return. When Long Chen's words entered the patriarch's ears, he sighed once more. The other experts of the Yuhua Palace looked at him in shock. Could it be that everything really was as the patriarch said? "You're far too arrogant. Do you know just how naive you are, Dash?" Jiang Baihe sneered furiously. In the middle of his sneer, Long Chen's figure vanished, appearing in front of him. He then slapped Jiang Baihe in the face. As a result, a clear and crisp sound rang out. Jiang Baihe didn't even have a chance to react. He was slapped flying. Jiang Baihe then smashed through multiple mountains, reaching all the way to the end of people's vision. Long Chen had his saber in his right hand, and his left hand was still in the slapping posture. He simply stood there as if he had done something incredibly minuscule. As for the Yuhua Palace's experts, their hearts clenched. They could only hear the sound of their heartbeats in their ears. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. "I really dislike your way of showing off. I don't even know where you get that confidence from. I'm giving you a chance to recover. Otherwise, you would already be dead beneath my saber," said Long Chen coldly. "Boss really is the boss. This face-slapping art is still as divine as ever in the immortal world. No one can block it," said Chiyu. His blood heated up just from witnessing this. That old feeling he had been missing finally resurfaced within his heart, igniting his own battle intent. Boom! As the earth exploded, a giant gate appeared and an enormous figure charged out of it. This was a giant ape with golden eyes and golden fur. Its wild aura radiated throughout the world, shaking heaven and earth. This was a fifth-rank beast. But it was no ordinary beast. It was a psychic beast from another world. Psychic beasts were capable of being summoned through a spiritual contract. That contract opened the path to the other world for them, allowing them to come out into this world and assist someone in battle. The Chu family's altars had also been set up for a similar contract but for life forms of the netherworld. Unfortunately, their contract was a one-shot deal. The life forms would accept their offerings and do some work for them, and once that work was done, the two sides would have nothing to do with each other. However, spirit psychic bloodline arts were for long-term usage. It was just that such bloodlines were exceedingly rare in this world. Furthermore, even if you possessed such a bloodline, you still needed to go to that other world and capture psychic beasts for yourself, forcing them to form contracts. If you wanted a psychic beast that was even stronger than you could only use some sinister schemes to subdue it and trick it into forming a contract. This golden ape's terrifying pressure shocked countless experts. They had seen Jiang Baihe summon other psychic beasts, but they had all been of the 4th rank. However, those 4th rank beasts of his were all very terrifying. Some were even comparable to immortal kings. Today, he had summoned a 5th rank psychic beast, something that was not just comparable to an immortal king but could equally match an immortal king's power. This golden ape is something that even I would have to use my full power to fight. Tell me, how is Longchen going to fight it? Jiang Weizhong was pleased with this change. He eyed the patriarch. But he was disappointed to see that the patriarch didn't react to this shocking golden ape at all. At this moment, the golden ape roared. Just the sound shattered the nearby mountains. Countless people were struck by that sound wave, and blood poured out of their ears. They temporarily lost their hearing and felt the world shaking. Man and beast unite! After that, Jiang Baihe appeared on top of the giant ape's head. He formed hand seals, and just like a rune, he left himself branded on its forehead. A golden scepter then appeared in the ape's hand. It was so big that when it lifted the scepter, it was like even the heavens would be pierced through. With a furious roar, the scepter smashed down from the heavens. Every expert felt their hearts shaking. Although this attack wasn't targeting them, the terrifying pressure had crushed their mental strength. Bai Shishi's expression also changed. She hadn't expected Jiang Baihe to be so terrifying. Compared to him, Ku Wuya and Gui Yun were practically trash. Die! The golden ape actually spat out the human language. In this merger state, everything was controlled by Jiang Baihe. Seeing this scene, Longchen smiled coldly. He slowly raised his bone saber in front of him and patiently awaited the scepter's fall. In front of countless shocked gazes, that giant scepter smashed down like a heavenly pillar crushing an ant. Longchen appeared absolutely minuscule in front of it. Boom! As a result, chi waves exploded and fragments of space-time blew through the air. All the experts present, even divine lords, almost coughed up blood from the impact. Dust and rubble flew through the air. However, they were shocked to find that under the giant scepter, Longchen had not budged. His bone blade was stopping the scepter just like that, and his face was as expressionless as ever. An arc of light had appeared on top of his bone saber, and people could see another arc from the scepter as well. Those two arcs then rubbed against each other, emitting explosive sounds that hurt people's souls. It felt like their souls would be torn apart by that sound. I understand. It seems that you don't know your own power. All right then, they'll help you force it out. Longchen suddenly became covered by dragon scales and golden light erupted. A dragon cry then resounded through the air. Favorite. Chapter 3268 Underworld Ghost Seed. Chapter 3268 Underworld Ghost Seed. Boom! The giant golden ape was sent reeling back. What? The Yuhua Palace's experts were stunned. That golden ape was a 5th rank psychic beast, equivalent to an immortal king. Ignoring its shocking blood chi, just its giant body and shape were enough to tell people that it was an existence specializing in brute power. However, even something this terrifying was knocked back by Longchen. At this moment, golden dragon scales appeared all over Longchen's body. Flames ignited on top of them as if the scales themselves were burning. Right now, Longchen appeared to be a golden warrior burning with divine flames. Furthermore, the current Longchen was different from before. When he activated the power of his divine flames, he managed to absorb a bit of heavenly Tao energy to assist him in battle. The majority of the heavenly Taos were against Longchen, and only a small portion could be summoned to assist him. But this small amount was enough to make Longchen feel as if he had been freed from a heavy set of shackles. Only now did he realize just how heavy those shackles were. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. In the Four-Peak realm, he would slowly break free from those shackles dragging him down. Although his cultivation base was only at the first heaven stage of the four-peak realm, he could already feel a portion of the heavenly Daos assisting him. The seals that this world had on him had weakened. He was experiencing what Luo Zichuan had taught him. Only by learning how to borrow the power of the heavenly Daos could he understand more about the heavenly Daos, and only then could he swim freely within this vast ocean. Long Chen slashed his bone saber forward, and the golden ape was sent reeling back. With every step, the void collapsed behind it. The dragon is the emperor of all beasts. I possess dragon blood, so your psychic beast's bloodline suppression is completely ineffective against me. Instead, it is the one suppressed by my dragon blood. If I had to rely on brute force against an ordinary immortal king, perhaps they would have a chance. But you have no chance. Long Chen continued to send the golden ape tumbling back. No matter how it roared, it was unable to stabilize itself. Suddenly, Long Chen vanished, and the force he was using to push back the golden ape also vanished. The ape was caught off guard, and it stumbled forward. A thin red line then appeared in the void. When that thread reached the ape's waist, it roared and its body was cut in two at the waist. The red thread slowly stopped, and only then did Long Chen's figure reappear. That red thread was the cutting edge of the bone saber. Blood-red flame runes had appeared on the edge of the blade. When they slowly faded, the bone saber returned to its normal appearance. This bone saber has found the right master. Only in my hands can it unleash its full potential. A fiery light shone in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at his bone saber. When flame energy was inserted into the saber, its sharpness instantly soared to an absolutely terrifying realm. Just now, he had only been testing its sharpness. He hadn't expected that when Huilinger's power was merged with the bone blade, it would unleash such power. This immortal king beast was unable to stop it. Impossible. Jiang Weizhong was shocked. He didn't believe his eyes. He had personally fought this ape before. With that king item, the golden scepter, even he was forced to stay away from it. With its powerful physical body, even a king item couldn't possibly cut it in two. After Long Chen sliced the ape in two, he now raised his saber. When pointing the tip at the heavens, its edge once more reddened. He once more slashed it down, not giving Jiang Baihe any chance to recover. On the other hand, Jiang Baihe was in control of the golden ape, and he suffered the same pain of having his body cut in two. After enduring the pain, he swept out his golden scepter to receive Long Chen's attack. Boom! The bone saber was stopped. But a chilling wind still hacked down, and the ape's body, which had yet to separate, was sliced through once more, turning into 4 pieces. With it slain, Jiang Baihe screamed and flew out of its head. The golden scepter was sent flying into the distance. Jiang Baihe was covered in blood, which was from the golden ape. His eyes were bulging, and veins throbbed on his forehead. He had endured the pain of the golden ape being slain, and it almost caused his mind to collapse. The sensation of death had been all too real. Watch out behind you! Jiang Weizhong suddenly shouted. At some point, Long Chen had appeared behind Jiang Baihe like a phantom. Regretfully, his warning was too late. When Long Chen's saber fell, Jiang Baihe's body was cut apart. The Yuhua Palace's experts all felt their heads buzz and turn blank. The leading heavenly genius of the Yuhua Palace had been slain just like this. Long Chen, it'll kill you! Jiang Weizhong exploded with killing intent. Just as he was about to attack Long Chen, a hand slammed into his back. As a result, his roiling blood qi instantly froze and his cultivation base was frozen. Jiang Weizhong turned back. It was the patriarch who had stopped him. His eyes instantly reddened. The patriarch's hand once more struck him, and his body stiffened. He was unable to even speak. Just watch. Something major is happening. The patriarch's expression was surprisingly grave. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. Long Chen had cut Jiang Baihe in two. However, everyone was startled to find that Jiang Baihe didn't die. The 2 parts of his body were connected by countless black threads. Just as his body was split apart, they were bound back together. What? The Yuhua Palace's experts were all dumbfounded. Today, they were seeing something that they couldn't imagine. However, some particular elders amongst them, who were so old that they were 1 foot in the grave, were especially horrified. Could it be? Those elders collapsed on the ground, not daring to believe their eyes. After cutting Jiang Baihe apart, Long Qin didn't continue attacking. He rested his saber on his shoulder and watched Jiang Baihe fuse his body back together. A hint of shock appeared on his face. No wonder I was so disgusted by your aura. So you are an underworld ghost seed. Underworld ghost seed? When they heard that, countless people were horrified. Some of them even began to quiver uncontrollably. Chapter 3269 Life Form of the Ghost Tao. Chapter 3269 Life Form of the Ghost Tao. Underworld Ghost Seed, an ancient secret. Legend was that they were the source of all the chaos in the immortal world. They were part of the Ghost Tao and had always been infiltrating the immortal world. Those people who had underworld ghost seeds implanted in them became puppets for the Ghost Tao but appeared normal on the surface. Many experts were even completely unaware that they were underworld ghost seeds. It was similar to a slave seed rooted deep within their soul. Furthermore, it would silently accumulate a mysterious power. The legend was that many invaders of the Ghost Tao had infiltrated the immortal world back in ancient times. The underworld ghost seeds then became lackeys for the Ghost Tao, allowing them to attack the immortal world from the inside and outside, dealing serious damage. The current immortal world still had many ancient battlefields overflowing with ghost chi. Also, people didn't dare to set foot there because countless life forms of the Ghost Tao were buried there. The life forms of the Ghost Tao were absolutely terrifying, which was why all their expressions changed when Long Qin mentioned an underworld ghost seed. Jiang Baihe's eyes had turned black, and he emitted a sinister light. Now, black chi revolved around him, and his aura had completely changed. His current appearance was chilling. When Jiang Baihe extended a hand, the giant golden scepter flew into his hold, transforming into a 9-foot-long form. Damnable human race, you ruined all my work. They'll definitely kill you today. Jiang Baihe's voice had also changed, becoming sharp and thin. It pierced people's ears like a needle. The current Jiang Baihe was no longer human. His consciousness had been completely dominated by the underworld ghost seed. That will depend on whether or not you have that ability. Speaking of which, let me ask you something. I once encountered a ghost ship and saw many death spirits on top of it. Are those the same as you? Asked Long Qin lightly. Jiang Baihe's black eyes seemed shocked. He coldly said, Brat, you really have big guts. You even dare to enter a ghost ship. You've been infected by immense karma. You and your family, everyone connected to you, will die miserable deaths. Hearing that Long Qin had entered a ghost ship, the Yuhua Palace's experts were stunned. They felt a chill on their backs. When others saw ghost ships, they instantly fled, afraid of being infected by misfortune just from an extra glance. However, Long Qin was actually aboard one of those ghost ships. What were his guts made out of? I've seen many secrets, so I'm not afraid of trouble. No wonder I felt Jiang Baihe was so loathsome and I wanted to crush him. So it was you. I'm curious, legend says that when underworld ghost seeds appear, calamity will descend, and the people will be in peril. So does your arrival indicate that the immortal world's era of peace is coming to an end? Asked Long Qin. In the Luo family, Luo Zichuan had mentioned that the immortal world's peace was about to be broken. Long Qin was still unclear on what that meant. Luo Zichuan had only mentioned it and not explained it. But with the ghost ship he had seen on the Devil Sea and this underworld ghost seed here, Long Qin felt like he had gotten a sniff of something unusual. No matter how your human race cultivates, you will still be livestock to be slaughtered. Asking so many questions is meaningless, sneered Jiang Baihe. Long Qin smiled. Ah, no wonder people say ghosts are shrewd. It seems that the life forms of the Ghost Tao really are smart. So you won't leak any useful information. Then let me see just how powerful the life forms of the Ghost Tao are. Long Chen suddenly slid forward. Despite moving in an arc, he gave people the feeling that he was going straight. Just as he attacked, Jiang Baihe also made his move. Black qi erupted from his body and coiled around his scepter. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. Boom! The bone blade and the golden scepter collided, unleashing an explosion of black qi and golden light. Long Chen rapidly pushed back Jiang Baihe. This is the power of a cultivator of the ghost Tao. It doesn't seem to be anything special, said Long Chen disdainfully. Suddenly, a pair of bat-like wings appeared on Jiang Baihe's back. After that, the void shuddered and his retreat came to a stop. Those bat wings spread, unleashing a wave of sinister aura. Two sharp bone nails then appeared on the tips of the wings, and they stabbed toward Long Chen. Those 3-feet-long nails unleashed an ear-piercing sound, as if the 10,000 Taoists were even pierced by them. Long Chen shoved him back and retreated, just narrowly avoiding those bone nails. If it weren't for the suppression of the laws here, how could you even receive 3 blows from me? Shouted Jiang Baihe. With his wings spread and his golden scepter, he pressed the attack against Long Chen. Moreover, countless eye designs appeared on his wings, which continued to emit black qi. The air of death filled that black qi. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were being corroded. Attacks rained down from Jiang Baihe's wings and scepter. Surrounded by black qi, he was like a ghost king. He repeatedly forced Long Chen back. That black qi seems to contain a similar aura to the auras on the ghost ship. They really are from the same place. Long Chen's heart shook. If Luo Zichuan was correct and the immortal world's era of peace was about to come to an end, then this fellow and the group behind him were one of the causes. Jiang Baihe's sudden eruption of power and Long Chen's forced retreat left the Yuvhua Palace's experts with complicated expressions. At this point, they didn't even know who they should be cheering for. If Jiang Baihe had turned into an underworld ghost seed, then he had to be killed. The underworld ghost seed had fully merged with him already, and they could no longer be separated. If they left him alive, he would cause a calamity. Furthermore, if news spread that the Yuvhua Palace dared to keep an infected Jiang Baihe, countless sects would join forces to wipe them off the map. They all knew that this Jiang Baihe was no longer the old Jiang Baihe. He was already under the control of a life form of the ghost Tao. All that remained of him was this husk. Long Chen's bones saber-danced as he fought. He quickly began to take back the advantage. Even against 3 terrifying weapons, he was still fighting freely. The Patriarch once more pressed a hand against Jiang Weizhong. After that, the bindings on him vanished, and he regained his freedom. However, his face was ashen now. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. He knew that Jiang Baihe was already dead. The genius of their Jiang family that appeared only once every 10,000 years was dead. Despite him being filled with hatred and resentment, the Patriarch said, "Who would have thought that Jiang Baihe's body would have an underworld ghost seed planted inside? However, all things have their own karma. If Jiang Baihe's heart was firm, how could he have been infected by a ghost seed? Your vision was short-sighted as you only wanted a quick return. If you had properly taught him, instead of helping him clean up his messes, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. When he was 15, due to some unintentional words, he cruelly slaughtered someone, and you suppressed that matter. At 17, he assaulted and killed the woman of the Meng family. You were the one who went out and secretly gave them compensation to settle. You were unaware that your conduct drove him step by step into the abyss. Only then did the underworld ghost seed choose him, Patriarch you." Jiang Weizhong was startled. "Not mentioning it doesn't mean that I didn't know about it," said the Patriarch. "Then, why didn't you stop it? If you had," Jiang Weizhong's voice quivered, "would stopping it have any use? I even came out of seclusion this time just to stop things, but what did you do? In the end, good and bad will get their retribution. The bitter wine that you brewed will have to be swallowed by you. You can't blame others." The Patriarch shook his head and sighed. Boom! Just then, an immense explosion shook the battlefield. Jiang Baihe suddenly raised his head and roared. Death Qi swirled beneath his feet. When people looked at the current Jiang Baihe, all their expressions changed. What monster is that? Chapter 3270 Clash of King Items. Chapter 3270 Clash of King Items. Following Jiang Baihe's roar, his entire body turned black. Countless spots appeared on his body as if he was a corpse. After that, his mouth grew and a set of sharp teeth could be seen. Also, 2 bumps appeared on top of his head. Bone spurs grew out of them until they became white horns on his head. Similar spurs appeared on his elbows, shoulders, and palms. They were all similar to the bone nails on his wings and were incomparably sharp. They emitted a sharp light that made people's hair stand on end. This was no longer Jiang Baihe. It was a truly terrifying life form with black qi gushing out of his entire body. His current state horrified people. They had never seen a creature with such an ominous appearance. It was even more terrifying than the nightmare ghosts of legends. As for Longqin, he suddenly nodded with comprehension. So you are using your core energy to summon a domain where you can resist the suppression of the laws of the immortal world. That really is the same principle as the ghost ship's innate dark domain. I suppose that's what it means for it to sail through the Tao. Longqin thought of when he had encountered that ghost ship. Despite it clearly being a clear and sunny day, that ghost ship caused the surroundings to turn into night. It was just like the current Jiang Baihe. You really have seen a soldier transport ship? Asked the monster Jiang Baihe. A trace of shock appeared in his vertical pupils. A soldier transport ship? In other words, seen soldiers through the Tao really exist? It seems that you set up this scheme a long time ago. Is it to wage war against the immortal world? Asked Longqin. Just then, a black gate appeared in the black qi gushing out of Jiang Baihe. Not good! He's going to run! The patriarch's expression changed. Just like everyone else, he thought that Jiang Baihe had entered this state in order to fight Longqin. Unexpectedly, this life form of the ghost Tao was extremely crafty. This was nothing more than a bluff for his retreat. The patriarch was just about to move when the black gate exploded, destroyed by a black sword. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. They stared in shock at that gate. A young maiden wrapped in black lightning runes had appeared within the gate. You want to play tricks with me? Too naive. In my eyes, your tricks are incredibly childish. Remember, in this world, it is humans whose hearts are the most difficult to read. Your tricks might be able to trick ghosts, but it's far from enough to trick humans, sneered Longqin. Although this ghost-style life form had put on an act of putting everything on the line, Longqin had sensed him stealthily merging a portion of his power into the void. At that moment, Longqin knew that he was up to something. According to his guess, this could only be used for a strange attack or to escape. But in order to be safe, he had Lei Linger conceal herself in the void while he drew all the attention. In truth, Jiang Baihe's fierce attacks were also nothing more than bait to draw Longqin's attention so that he wouldn't notice him preparing to escape. However, the result was the opposite of what he had attempted. This life form was instead schemed against by Longqin. Lei Linger's appearance terrified Jiang Baihe. He sensed terrifying power from her body. Suddenly, Jiang Baihe rushed toward Longqin with his scepter. When strange marks flowed on top of it, a destructive aura erupted. Even the patriarch's expression changed. He's going to detonate his king item. Logically, Jiang Baihe didn't possess the power to control a king item. He couldn't unleash a king item's true power, nor could he order it to detonate. However, in the hands of this life form, some secret technique had been activated to force it to detonate. It had to be known that this golden scepter was one of the 2 supreme treasures of the Yuhua Palace. If it detonated here, then all the surrounding space would be blasted out of existence. That kind of destructive power was something perhaps only a few people here would be able to survive. Moreover, the majority of the Yuhua Palace's people were gathered here. If it was allowed to detonate, the Yuhua Palace would truly be done for. They would never be able to recover from such a thing. Just as Jiang Baihe's face was twisted in a sinister and ruthless expression, as if he wanted to drag everyone down with him, Longqin extended his left hand. a golden pill furnace appeared. After that, the pill furnace smashed into Jiang Beihi's scepter. The clash of two king's items caused a deafening ringing. Jiang Baihe was surprised that Long Chen also had a king item. Furthermore, when these two king items clashed, their runes formed a terrifying resonance, and ripples spread, flattening the mountain range. The surrounding experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. Cracks appeared in their bodies. A clash of king items unleashed terrifying shockwaves. Even if it was just a simple collision, it still activated the self-protective powers of the king items. Long Chen's arm turned numb from the impact and was bleeding. He almost lost hold over the pill furnace. However, this attack also destroyed one of Jiang Beihi's arms. The scepter was then sent flying into the distance. Long Chen had managed to stop the detonation of the scepter. With his other hand, he swung his bone saber, and the red pattern once more appeared on its edge. On the other hand, black blood sprayed as Jiang Beihi's head flew into the air. Boom! Just then, Lei Linger's lightning sword slashed onto his body, blasting it apart. Jiang Beihi's body was destroyed. Although black runes floated out, he was unable to merge the tiny pieces back together. The black runes slowly turned to dust. Long Chen had previously managed to cut Jiang Beihi's body apart, but the latter had managed to fuse the pieces of his body. However, after Lei Linger's attack this time, his physical body was truly destroyed. Now, all that remained of Jiang Baihe was a single head, which looked at Long Chen. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot toward him. When that blood arrow appeared, Long Chen's heart quivered. He didn't dare to block it, so he dodged to the side. Boom! The blood arrow shot through the air and exploded into the distance. Black blood then filled that space. A black hole was corroded into the void. Looking at that black hole, people were horrified. That black hole was like a devil's eye. Even the heavenly Taoists were corroded, so this thing could not be touched by a normal human. Even a weapon would probably be corroded if it touched the blood. Seeing that this underworld ghost seed was able to unleash such a terrifying attack even when all that was left of him was a head, everyone turned icy cold. This life form was absolutely ferocious. As soon as it spat out the blood arrow, Lei Linger sliced through its head. After that, its head exploded, revealing a black crystal. Long Chen was just about to reach out and grab it when his expression completely changed. He swung his bone saber toward the black crystal. Favorite. Chapter 3271 Ominous Omen. Chapter 3271 Ominous Omen. That black crystal was the underworld ghost seed. It was the seed that had germinated within Jiang Beihi's body. Long Chen wanted to grab and study it. He wanted to know the secrets of the ghost Tao. But when he went to grab it, an intense sensation of danger filled his entire body. He instinctively gave up on grabbing it and swung his saber. Boom! The crystal exploded. But a strange black figure appeared within it. Lei Linger then slashed her sword through that figure, destroying it. That lifeform's final roar rang out through the air. You've been infected by the ghost Tao's karma. It won't be long before you become the next underworld ghost seed. Boom! With a one-handed seal, Lei Linger caused lightning to ravage this space, instantly purifying this black chi. The lightning of a heavenly tribulation was a supreme yang force, and it countered all evil and demonic forms of energy. Thus, while this life form of the ghost Tao could struggle against Long Chen, it was completely unable to stop Lei Linger's attacks. TCH, what nonsense! You even have to scare me as you die. Fortunately, Boss San's guts aren't small, sneered Long Chen. After purifying the black chi, Lei Linger returned to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen then waved his hand, and the pill furnace flew back to him. The bone saber was also sent to the primal chaos space. The battle had ended. But the Yuvhua Palace's experts were still shaking. The youngsters in particular were horrified. They had been frightened by Jiang Beihi's final form. Looking at it was enough to make their souls want to flee. They couldn't summon the courage to fight it. Legend was that every time the ghost Tao invaded the immortal world, endless calamities followed. This lifeform's appearance was so frightening that it naturally drew out the fear deep in people's hearts. That could easily cause a heart devil. As a result of this, the few images of the lifeforms of the ghost Tao were kept secret and not publicly disseminated. Now that they saw one of these lifeforms in person, the seniors who had read about them felt cold. Bai Shishir couldn't help sighing when she saw those terrified expressions. In comparison, Long Chun was a true expert. He didn't have such fear. Climbing on top of the ghost ship had been a tempering experience for her. Although she also felt some fear toward Jiang Beihi's appearance, it wasn't enough to make her lose her courage. Even Bai Xiaola wasn't in a state as bad as the Yuhua Palace's disciples. It could be seen that people's guts were trained through tempering. Moreover, Qin Feng and Qi Ye's expressions were both calm as if nothing had happened. The two of them knew that Long Chen definitely wouldn't lose. They had absolute confidence in him. At this moment, the scepter flew into the patriarch's hand. His expression was a bit ugly. He didn't know what secret technique this life form had used, but the king item was now infected with death qi. Perhaps it was part of the secret technique that had allowed the life form to control this king item, forcing it to obey his will and detonate upon his command. The detonation of the scepter had been prevented by Long Chen, but this king item was still damaged. It would take a huge amount of time and resources for it to recover. However, in any case, the golden scepter had been returned. That was already something fortuitous. It's all thanks to Dean Long's supreme might and wisdom. You managed to see through the underworld ghost seed. Otherwise, once he grew up, my Yuhua Palace would be destroyed by him. The Yuhua Palace will remember this favor, said the patriarch, putting away the scepter, his expression a bit complicated. Long Chun had killed Jiang Baihe, and the patriarch actually had to thank him. Even after living countless years, he felt extremely embarrassed by this. Ultimately, he still retained his rationality. He knew that if Long Chun hadn't come, Jiang Beihi's identity as an underworld ghost seed wouldn't have been exposed. Once he grew up, he would definitely gain control over the Yuhua Palace. At that time, the Yuhua Palace might very likely become a stronghold for the Ghost Dao's invasion to the immortal world. At that time, the Yuhua Palace would no longer exist. Hence, although the patriarch found it a bit hard to accept, he still had to thank Long Chen. Everyone within the Yuhua Palace had to thank him. No need for thanks. My goal in coming here was to find justice for my brother. It was all a coincidence. I've long since gotten used to bad luck. As for whether others thank me or hate me, I don't really mind. I can permit other people to have different views of me, and I can respect every person's opinion. Of course, the condition for that is that they don't provoke me or my brothers. Green rivers don't change, clear water flows long. Hopefully if we meet again, we can drink together happily, not viewing each other with hostility. Goodbye. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the patriarch and turned away. Bai Shishir, Bai Xiaola, and Su Zixiong immediately followed. Qin Feng then patted Qi Ye's shoulder and smiled. Good brother. Boss didn't say anything to you because he's worried that you would abandon your lover. Remember, the Dragon Blood Warriors are brothers for life. If you need anything, just send us a word. No matter how far apart we are, we'll immediately come. Take care of yourself, brother. Qin Feng then started walking away with Long Chen and the others. Qi watched as they left. He then looked toward Yu Xian and sighed. Now do you understand why the karmic luck divine pillar would crack? Long Chen not only possesses immense power, but he even possesses a king item pill furnace. If he had unleashed this power in the Yuhua Palace, then a clash of king items would have destroyed the sect. There's even that bone saber, which isn't a king item but is on the same level. If I were to take action, at most I would be able to beat him but not kill him. At that time, the only survivors from the Yuhua Palace would be us, two old fellows. Now do you think that I was wrong to stop you? Said the patriarch lightly as he watched Long Chen and the others leave. Disciple admits his wrongs. Jiang Weizhong was pale. It looked as if he had aged countless years, and his expression was miserable. But there was also overwhelming hatred in his eyes. Even he himself wasn't sure whether he should hate Long Chen or himself. He had indulged Jiang Baihe too much. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that an evil flame within him was stoked to the point that an underworld ghost seed set its sights on him. If he had been more strict with Jiang Baihe, perhaps none of this would have happened. However, in this world, there were not so many ifs or buts, nor was there any medicine for regret. Starting today, go into seclusion and reflect on yourself. Qin He will temporarily take over the position of palace master, said the patriarch. Jiang Weishong's position was stripped from him just like that. Although there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, he nodded. Disciple understands. The patriarch then nodded as well. To another elder he said, disseminate the news of an underworld ghost seed appearing in the Yuhua Palace. All sects should raise their guard. Sigh, perhaps the immortal world's era of peace will end with our generation. The patriarch led everyone back to the Yuhua Palace. Everyone was gone, leaving behind a ruined battlefield. As a gust of evil wind blew by, the whistle of sand blowing in the air sounded like the cries of ghosts. No one knew whether or not this was an ominous omen to far more terrible things. Favorite. Chapter 3272 Qiyu returns. Chapter 3272 Qiyu returns. As Long Chen brought by Shi and the others away, Qin Feng looked at the distant palace and sighed. There's nothing to sigh about. Qiyu has found a home for himself, and he's accompanied by a great woman. We can be at peace with that, said Long Chen. Although that was what he said in the end, he didn't know what he felt about Qiyu staying here. By staying here, it was fated that Qiyu wouldn't climb as high. However, every person had their own will. Long Chen couldn't force it, especially not when it came to love. Yu Xian had helped Qiyu out immensely, so for Qiyu to stay behind was only right. Boss! Suddenly, they heard someone shouting, and Long Chen and the others saw Qiyu rushing over to them. Long Chen's expression sank. Although he found it a bit hard to accept that Qiyu would leave the Dragon Blood Legion, it would be even more unacceptable for him to simply abandon his companion. Boss, listen to me. I explained it to Yu Xian, and she agreed with me, said Qiyu hastily. I told her that the appearance of an underworld ghost seed indicates that a great tribulation will likely befall the immortal world. Once the war starts, who will be safe? When the time comes, would I have to watch as the ghost DAOS experts slaughter everyone I care about? What if we have children and I can only watch as they are killed? We cannot endure such unimaginable pain. So Yu Xian has agreed with my decision. I have to get stronger, and only then can we live with dignity. If we aren't strong enough, then even if we hide in the Yuhua Palace, we will be powerless to resist when calamity strikes. She loves me, and I love her. She has promised to wait for me until I can provide a safe and stable home for her. Hearing that, Long Chen's face softened. You aren't lying? Boss, how could I have the courage to do such a thing? She really has agreed with me. She isn't here herself because she's worried that she won't be able to handle saying goodbye. So I came by myself. Qi's eyes reddened slightly. Clearly, he was also unwilling to part with Yu Xian. Yu Xian had helped him pass through the most difficult days of his life. He was unwilling to part with this warm and gentle woman, but there was also no helping it. He wasn't the only one who sensed how serious the problem was. Just from the expression of the patriarch, it could be seen just how grave the implications of an underworld ghost seed were. It was precisely due to this that everyone in the Yuhua Palace was deeply worried, and Yu Xian was no exception. Thus, she didn't stop Qiyu from leaving. Long Chen then nodded and patted Qi's shoulder. He smiled slightly. Brother. Welcome back. Seeing that Long Chen didn't decline, Qiyu was overjoyed. He had been worried that Long Chen would reject him due to Yu Xian. Good brother, let's all work hard so that we can live with dignity. When we climb to the peak with Boss, we'll create our own peaceful world. Then we can all marry and have children. We can spend our days drinking and eating, playing with our children. Qin Feng laughed. He was delighted that Qiyu had returned. The heavy atmosphere from encountering an underworld ghost seed lightened due to everyone's joy at Chi Ye's return. After that, they went to a nearby valley and killed some pheasants. They wanted to cook them by the river for celebration. Boss, what is an underworld ghost seed? You should know a bit about them, right? After eating, Qin Feng couldn't help asking this question as he poured a bowl of wine for Long Qin. Everyone's ears perked up. Even Bai Shishir put down her wine and looked at Long Qin. Long Qin finished his wine and solemnly said, "This matter is an ancient secret, and there are only some fragmentary mentions within the records of the Academy. Some of what I know came from those fragments, while some are what I guessed based on the questionable period within history. When speaking of the ghost world, it is not too different from the netherworld. However, the netherworld and the ghost world are two different worlds. Based on the 6 Taoists, you would have the Hell Tao and the Hungry Ghost Tao. But if you view them purely based on the 6 Taoists, it would be a bit contradictory and wouldn't make sense. Thus, all you need to know is that the ghost world possesses its own independent world with its own laws just like the netherworld. The netherworld is where living creatures go to when they die. However, based on what I know, not every life form goes to the netherworld after dying." When Long Qin mentioned this, he thought of Ling Yueyan and Ming Tsangyue. They were gods in control of a netherworld. Long Qin knew more about the netherworld than others. But when it came to the ghost Tao, it was such a mysterious existence that even he was unable to come into contact with it. Long Qin continued, "Furthermore, it appears that speaking of the ghost Tao is taboo in the immortal world. I've gone through many texts, and whenever the topic starts to shift to this area, they will simply brush it off and not give any details. As for the underworld ghost seed, I don't really know much. I wanted to grab Jiang Beihi's underworld ghost seed to study it, but it really was ruthless. I almost got injured by it." Hearing that vague explanation, everyone was disappointed. But Long Qin smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. What will come will come. Worrying won't help. But based on what we saw today, the immortal world will very likely be flipped on its head soon. What we need to do is gather all the brothers of the Dragon Blood Legion before that day comes. Otherwise, if we are all scattered when the calamity strikes, we'll be beaten one by one," said Long Qin. Qiyu nodded. In the Yuhua Palace, the patriarch's worried expression had told him that the immortal world was not the free world of gods and immortals that he had imagined. In this place, there was also fighting, there was also killing. In fact, this place might be worse than the Martial Heaven continent. At the very least, on the Martial Heaven continent, people cared about relationships. That didn't hold so strongly in the immortal world. People in the immortal world possessed long lifespans, and an ordinary cultivator could live for thousands of years effortlessly. So, they could reproduce tens or even hundreds of generations of people. They might not even know how many children they had, let alone care about their relationships. It was precisely due to this merciless immortal world that Qiyu cherished the warmth that Yu Xian had given him. That was why he had to get stronger to protect her. Within this chaotic world, he would create a peaceful home for her. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to follow Long Qin. The other Dragon Blood warriors were the same. They had to join forces in order to protect themselves. "Now what?" asked Bai Shishir. Long Chen's smile suddenly turned mischievous. Bai Shishir stared at him oddly, not knowing what this smile indicated. All of a sudden, Long Chen waved his finger and pointed behind him. Bai Shishir instantly understood. When a sword came flying out of its sheath, golden light exploded. It slashed in the direction that Long Chen pointed. Chapter 3273 Vile Dragon Domain. Chapter 3273 Vile Dragon Domain. Blood mist exploded where that golden light passed through. They didn't even see the person before they were killed. Bai Xiala and the others stared in confusion, not knowing what was going on. They had no idea that someone had been spying on them while they were eating. Amazing! Even without hitting them directly, the shockwaves of the sword chi were enough to kill a late-stage divine lord. Long Chen raised his thumb. A giant ditch was left in the ground, which was covered in golden powder. Following this simple slash, the Earth's metal energy was actually drawn out. No wonder Bai Shishir loved this sword so much. Long Chun was unable to imagine just how terrifying it would be once Bai Shishir was able to unleash its full power. "Who was that?" asked Bai Shishir. She hadn't noticed this person at all. She hadn't sensed anything, but Long Chun had made a cutting motion to her and pointed in that direction. "Who else could it be? Those sinister fellows from the Bloodkill Hall, they really have some ability." "They already found us," said Long Chun disdainfully. He had to admit that the Bloodkill Hall had some skill. Long Chun and the others had been traveling in secret and had only revealed their whereabouts when they arrived at the Yuhua Palace. But the Bloodkill Hall had caught up to them so quickly. They really were like prairie dogs. Their noses were exceptionally sharp. However, Long Chun wasn't prey, he was the hunter. When his prey sent themselves to him, he wouldn't show mercy. "We've been exposed so quickly? Then what about the mission?" asked Bai Shishir, her expression changing slightly. Long Chun smiled. "Foolish girl, I already revealed my status as the 7th Branch Academy's dean in the Yuhua Palace. This is no longer a secret mission. Call me a foolish girl again." Bai Shishir glared at him, but she also couldn't help asking, "Why did you do that? The deputy dean told you that this was an absolutely secret mission. By waving a flag and announcing it to the world, aren't you allowing the other side to prepare in advance? TCH, they have their plans, and I also have my own plans to deal with them. The Academy has been playing chess against Lord Brahma for so many years, and yet there's been no improvement after all this time. Why would I play using the same style? In this world, not all things should be done after coming up with a plan. If you just act according to your own heart, you'll be able to react faster. Well, it's not like I know how to play chess anyway. If I wanted to play against them, I'd be crushed in an instant, no?" said Long Chun. "Then how are you planning to do this?" asked Bai Shishir. "We're going to the Vile Dragon domain and take a look at the situation," said Long Chun. "Just like that?" "Just like that." Long Chun nodded. "With no plan at all?" Bai Shishir's eyes widened. "What kind of plan could I have? Do you think that a few of us are capable of completing this mission? You're too naive." Long Chun shook his head. He had her summon the flying boat, and they set off once more. "Long Chun, don't tell me that you don't care about this matter at all." Bai Shishir looked at him seriously. Bai Shishir knew just how important this matter was to the High Firmament Academy, so Long Chun's lax attitude made her heart sink. It couldn't be that Long Chun had simply accepted the position of dean to play around, could it? Long Chun laughed and looked at Bai Shishir. Her flawless face was so close to him. Enjoying her beauty at such a close distance was a blessing. Being stared at, Bai Shishir angrily said, "Talk seriously." "Your skin is great," said Long Chun seriously. "Bastard, I told you to talk seriously." "Stop talking nonsense," said Bai Shishir, so angry that her jade-like face reddened. "I already told you. I have my own methods. My path is different from most people's, so if you feel that my methods are wrong, you can leave. I don't like being questioned all the time, nor am I used to explaining myself to others. Those who approve of me will follow me through water and fire without asking about the future. There are also many others who don't approve of me. We all walk our own paths, and we shouldn't disturb each other." Long Chun spoke indifferently, turning to look out the window. These words weren't very polite, but Long Chun also had no way around it. Bai Shishir was stubborn and had her own viewpoints. She wanted to know what the next step was, what the overall plan was, and what they were doing. Putting it frankly, she was someone used to being in control. However, Long Chun was always unconstrained, doing whatever he wanted without preparing complicated plans in advance. So, he was getting angry with Bai Shishir for pressing him on this issue. The heavens had no second sun, and an army had no second leader. There could only be one head commander. If someone didn't listen to that commander, then sooner or later, it would cause things to collapse. Bai Shishir was stunned. She hadn't expected Long Chun to become hostile just over this, so her expression sank. Seeing this, Bai Xiala, Qin Feng, and the others hastily ran to another cabin, closing the door to avoid being implicated. Meanwhile, Long Chen pretended not to see Bai Shishi's change in expression. He continued staring out the window. However, he was shocked to find tears dripping down Bai Shishi's face. This stubborn girl actually had times when she cried. He then turned to look at Bai Shishir, not knowing what to do. Bai Shishir also didn't say anything. She turned away, not looking at Long Chen. Everyone within the flying boat was silent. After a while, Long Chen awkwardly handed her a handkerchief. Bai Shishir ignored him at first, but after a bit, she reached out and accepted it, blotting her tears. In all my years, it's my first time being driven to tears due to rage at someone, said Bai Shishir coldly. That's because if it was someone else, you'd have killed them before getting to this point, said Long Chen, shrugging helplessly. With just that, Bai Shishir chuckled. But after that, she seemed embarrassed again and turned away. You bastard! Bai Shishir was vexed and embarrassed, yet also puzzled. She then reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Long Chen's waist. Aya! Long Chen screamed. Qin Feng and the others who were eavesdropping exchanged glances. They didn't know how to help. Long Chen looked at his waist. There was a large bruise now. Bai Shishir truly was vicious. She had actually used her mental energy. Seeing Long Chen look at her, Bai Shishir seemed pleased. It seemed that she had at least vented. All right. You really are all right. I'm not going to quibble with you over this. But this matter has to be clear to you. Since you've come with me, there's no need to bring a brain. Just listen to me. I won't repeat myself, said Long Chen angrily. Bai Shishir didn't reply, not agreeing or disagreeing. After several days and several transportation formations, their flying boat finally reached the Vile Dragon domain. However, they had just entered this domain when they heard furious roars shaking the heavens, startling all of them. Chapter 3274 The Fisherman Prophets. Chapter 3274 The Fisherman Prophets. Damn, those are immortal king devil beasts! Those roars caused Chi's expression to change. It had to be known that they were barely on the edge of the Vile Dragon domain, but there were already immortal king devil beasts here? Then what about deeper? The Vile Dragon domain was an extremely dangerous land. The majority of it was occupied by various devil beasts, and the human race was at the bottom of the food chain here. Only some special places here possessed auras that devil beasts disliked, allowing the human race to establish cities. Such places were paradise for adventurers. This giant domain was filled with devil beast territories and very few people. That meant countless precious medicines and fruits were just waiting to be plucked. Some people might be lucky to encounter some rare immortal grass and instantly soar. Thus, the Vile Dragon domain had countless adventurers gathered within it. However, countless people also died within the wilderness. This was a dangerous land filled with allure. Right now, Long Chen and the others already heard roars right as they entered. They didn't know if this was simply an intimidation tactic to dissuade them from entering. There are so many of us. We're not afraid of immortal king devil beasts, right? After all, boss even slew Jiang Beihi's psychic beast, said Bai Xiaola. However, Long Chen shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Jiang Beihi's psychic beast should be called the most foolish psychic beast at the immortal king realm. Otherwise, with his spiritual strength, there would have been no way that he could control it. Although its blood qi was shocking, it didn't possess any divine abilities. To put it frankly, it could only be used to scare others. If Jiang Baihe wasn't controlling it, then any one of you could have easily slain it if you simply didn't fight it directly. There are also differences amongst devil beasts and humans. For example, despite both being in the Four-Peak realm, is your combat power on the same level as an ordinary disciple of the academy? No. Bai Xiaola was left at a loss for words. He truly had been thinking too simply. Just like amongst humans, there were differences between devil beasts. Despite being in the same realm, the difference between their combat powers could be as great as a heavenly chasm. However, Xiaola's chance has come. If we can obtain a youngling of an immortal king devil beast, Xiaola will have an immortal king mount. Hee, are you moved? Qin Feng smiled. Bai Xiaola's eyes instantly lit up. Last time, he had wanted one of the 6-horned sea serpents as a mount, but Long Chen had killed them all. Now that they were in the vile dragon domain, his chance had come. Qin Feng's reminder made him feel anxious and start looking. His 3 flower pupils were able to control any devil beast, as long as his spiritual strength was strong enough to endure the impact of the devil beast's mental energy. The flying boats slowly entered the domain, and they no longer dared to fly so quickly. If they charged into the territory of an immortal king devil beast with full speed and couldn't beat it, they might not be able to run. The spiritual qi here is surprisingly dense. Bai Shishir looked outside. There were quite a few places where immortal mist lingered. The immortal spiritual qi was dense, making this place perfect for cultivation. But why did no powerful sects set up roots here? It was curious. Hey, can you speak? Bai Shishir looked at Long Chen, who was silently staring out of the window. Speak? About what? Asked Long Chen. Only then did Bai Shishir realize that she hadn't even asked her question. Seeing his confused look, she was embarrassed. I was saying, the spiritual qi here is very dense, and it's suitable for cultivation. Why are the large sects not setting up a base here? The spiritual qi is dense but also contains a wild aura. That's due to the influence of the devil beast's bloodline pressures. If you cultivate here and absorb too much of the spiritual qi, you will become irritable and easy to anger. And when you attack higher realms, hard devils can easily appear. Moreover, any large purification formations that are set up here will affect the cultivation of the devil beasts, so they will attack. Unless you are prepared to drive out all the devil beasts in the vile dragon domain, no one dares to do such a thing, explained Long Chen. The berserk aura within this spiritual qi was suitable for the cultivation of devil beasts, but not humans. Hence, purification formations that affected this aura would definitely not be allowed by the devil beasts. Then you mean that our academy is prepared for such a thing? Asked Bai Shishir in shock. She hadn't expected that the academy that had always been Loki would have such daring. Most likely. I also don't know why the academy would choose the 7th branch academy. The academy naturally has its own considerations. I can't read their intentions, but that doesn't matter. The main thing is that this move definitely isn't easy to make. If we try to do it through normal means, it definitely won't work. So let's just see what will happen, said Long Chen. He was unable to see through the thoughts of the academy. As the world's #1 academy, they could endure all the way to this point. But he also knew that they definitely had their own terrifying trump cards that they relied on behind this. Otherwise, if the High Firmament Academy really had declined to the point that it appeared to, Lord Brahma would have conquered it by now. As for the intentions of those old monsters in the academy that had lived for countless years, it would be strange if Long Chen could see through them. Hence, Long Chen didn't even bother trying to read them. He just needed to do his own work. Accomplishing this mission was all that was required of him. After flying for a while longer, Long Chen had Bai Shishir put away the flying boat, as the sound it made as it passed through the air was too loud. They had already heard several warning roars. The flying boat's sound had clearly disturbed them. Furthermore, a flying boat could not maneuver fast enough. It would be better for them to travel without it. They then began flying individually. All of a sudden, Long Chen waved his hand, and they all came to a stop. He made a gesture to not make any sound. After a bit, there was still no movement. But the earth then began to quiver and a distant mountain exploded. An enormous figure came out of the earth. It was a giant python, and it had actually been hidden beneath the earth. When it came out, its target was a leopard. The leopard had been resting on the mountain peak, but the sudden sneak attack sent it flying into the air. It then clawed the python in the head. Although it had been sneak attacked, it reacted shockingly fast. As a result, the python's head smashed into the ground. The mountain range collapsed, and astral winds blew the nearby trees and boulders to dust. Just at this moment, the the ground beneath Long Chen and the others' feet also exploded. A long tail whipped out from underground, passing by Long Chen and the others. It then wrapped around the leopard. The leopard managed to avoid the toxic fang, but not that tail. Its body was instantly bound. It's done for. Long Chen knew that this leopard was essentially doomed after being bound. They were both immortal king devil beasts. That leopard was clearly smaller than the python, and the python also clearly viewed the leopard as weaker, which was why it became the target for the python's hunt. As expected, the leopard was unable to escape this time, and the python's fangs stabbed into its body. The leopard roared, but its body was bound. It was unable to break free. Suddenly, Long Chen made his move. With a flash, he appeared on top of the python's head. A red glow appeared on his bone saber, and he stabbed it into the python's head. As a result, its body quivered and its aura slowly faded. Damn, is my luck so good today? Long Chen took advantage of the python not being on guard toward him to launch a killing blow. He was almost unable to believe it. Did he really gain 2 immortal king devil beasts' corpses just like this? Just as he was excited, an alarm rang in his heart. The next moment, his body swayed, and a silent arrow flew right by his neck. Chapter 3275 Local Gang. Chapter 3275 Local Gang. There's someone here! Long Chen was startled. This arrow came without any warning and only narrowly missed his neck. Long Chen also smelled a stinging medicinal fragrance as it shot by. That arrow was actually poisoned. If struck, it would instantly take the life of its target. Hence, Long Chen's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Someone else was secretly watching this battle, so he turned in a certain direction. At some point, hundreds of figures had appeared atop a distant mountain. These people were wearing camouflage, which made them blend into the trees and rocks. Even their faces were painted. Even if you were looking carefully, as long as they arranged themselves properly, it would be very difficult to notice them. They were all experts of disguise. They also seemed to have some other item that caused their auras to merge with the aura of this place. Because of that item, Long Chen's attention was drawn to the immortal king devil beasts, and he actually hadn't noticed them. Hundreds of them had their arrows pointed right at him. Bai Shishir and the others also walked over and glared coldly at that group. Around half of those people were divine lords, and the others were at the peak of the 4-peak realm. Unexpectedly, Long Chen and the others had run into such a large group of experts as soon as they entered the vile dragon domain. Brat, where did you come from? We are the ones to discover these 2 devil beasts, so hand over your weapons and scram. Their leader was a large middle-aged man. He eyed Long Chen's bone saber greedily. You found them? So you mean you don't care to talk reasonably, right? Long Chen slowly pulled his bone saber out of the python's head. Where did this brat come from? You want to talk reason with our Azure Dragon gang? But that girl isn't bad. Maybe we should capture her and offer her to the leader. Would definitely be rewarded, said one of the divine lords, almost drooling as he looked at Bai Shishir. Bai Shishir actually smiled rather than getting angry. That beautiful smile stunned that group of people. I like that you don't talk reason. It just so happens that I don't talk reason either. Was it you who shot that arrow? Long Chen pointed his saber at the speaker. That's right, it was Dash. That person was still smiling when his chest was pierced by the bone saber. Long Chen's bone saber had instantly extended hundreds of meters to stab him. When Long Chen had obtained this bone saber, it was originally hundreds of meters long. He had then activated its runes to shrink it. So, now he was able to control its size freely. If it was too large, he couldn't wield it in combat. But shrinking it didn't affect its power. Now he simply allowed it to grow back to its original size, killing that person. Even Bai Shishir and the others had never seen this move before. It's good that it was you. I was worried about killing the wrong person. With a single quiver, that person's body exploded and his blood splashed the people beside him. The leader of this group was shocked. Seeing the clothes of Long Chen's group, he had assumed them to be some foolish, inexperienced group of disciples who had come to the Vile Dragon domain to adventure. It had to be known that the Vile Dragon domain's infamy was quite resounding. Every year, it attracted a large number of heavenly geniuses. Moreover, many of those heavenly geniuses hadn't come to harvest the precious herbs, but to make a name for themselves. Because of it, many of the arrogant heavenly geniuses in the surroundings came to the Vile Dragon domain. If they could bring back some powerful devil-beast corpses, they could brag about them in the future. Hence, there were always some fools unafraid of death who entered the Vile Dragon domain just to lose their lives. However, those prideful heavenly geniuses usually didn't die to devil-beasts. Instead, they died at the hands of other people. The Vile Dragon domain was a chaotic and dangerous place, with many gangs constantly fighting each other for territory and treasures. Hence, there were often unimaginable schemes in the undercurrents. This was a world of darkness, a completely different extreme from the outside world. Most of the people who gathered here were traitors of some sects, or perhaps chased by powerful enemies and had no other place to go, or perhaps they were simply naturally violent and liked to kill. In any case, this was a lawless place. There was no king to make laws. It was a place where talking reason was the least reasonable thing. In this place, killing people for their treasures was as common as eating food or drinking water. Originally, these people had set their sights on the leopard. They had arranged a trap over a month. But just as their preparations were completed, that earth element python came out of the underground and attacked. The leopard was then poisoned and dying, while the python was killed by a single blow from Longchen. If they didn't come out to take advantage at this time, then this wouldn't be the Vile Dragon domain. Just looking at the clothes of Longchen's group, they assumed these young people to be nothing more than a group of fat sheep. However, they hadn't expected Longchen to be even more ruthless than them and directly kill one of them. "Kill them all!" shouted the leader. "Qiyu Zixiong, you can kill them." Longchen waved his hand. Hearing the command, Qiyu and Su Zixiong instantly attacked. "What about us?" Bai Xiaola was just about to attack when he heard that Longchen only wanted Qiyu and Su Zixiong to fight. "Of course, you're just watching. It is a training session for them." Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Qiyu was like a wild tempest moving through their midst. Over 10 people were killed at the same time by a single stroke of his sword. Su Zixiong followed behind Qiyu. The two of them were like tigers falling upon a flock of sheep. Those people's arrows were originally shot just to scare Longchen and the others. They had assumed that Longchen would submit and beg for mercy. But as soon as Qiyu and Su Zixiong charged in, they no longer dared to unleash their arrows. Because at such close range, they could easily injure their own people. That one moment of hesitation resulted in their numbers being rapidly cut down. "Go all out!" The leader's expression changed. As soon as Qiyu and Su Zixiong started fighting for real, he got a bad feeling. Although the two of them were only in the early four-peak realm, their actual combat power was astonishing. Boom! That leader could barely receive a single blow from Qiyu. But his sword was sent flying and he coughed up blood. Their leader was a late-stage divine lord, so the result of his exchange with Qiyu caused all his allies' expressions to change. Then they saw Longchen, Bai Shishi, Bai Xiaola, and Qin Feng just standing there watching. Seeing this, they instantly realized that they had provoked people that they shouldn't have provoked. "Run!" In an instant, the same thought ran through all their heads. In just the first clash, almost 100 of them had died. This was no battle, this was a one-sided slaughter. Seeing that even their leader couldn't handle it, without hesitation, these people fled in every direction. Once they fled, Qiyu and Su Zixiong were left dumbfounded. All these people had split up in every direction, so they had no way to chase them all down. The funniest thing was that the leader who had gone all out to receive a single blow from Qiyu had used the resulting force to flee the earliest out of them all. However, after running, he realized that something was wrong. He was at the frontmost of the retreating group, and yet somehow he saw that he was moving toward Longchen. Longchen then smiled at him and gave him a deeply emotional slap, sending him tumbling back. "Smelly little fellow. Favorite. Chapter 3276 Zhao Qinglong. Chapter 3276 Zhao Qinglong, the leader of this group, was sent flying back, coughing up blood with his teeth flying through the air. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that he would run into such a terrifying group. Despite clearly only being in the four-peak realm, their power was so great that this leader despaired. He didn't even know how this was happening. He had clearly been moving away, yet somehow ended up going toward Longchen. Also, Longchen's slap left his head too dizzy to even think about how this had happened. "Boss, should I bring the others back too?" asked Bai Xiaola. It was him who had used spatial energy to move this fellow back. "No need. They're all small fries. Only this one is a bit bigger," said Longchen. He then kicked the ringleader. The ringleader grunted and his body began to spasm. It seemed that he was in unimaginable pain, and his eyes looked like they were going to pop out. Yet he didn't make a sound. At this time, Qi Yu and Su Zixiong returned. The other side had too many people and had fled in every direction. Hence, they really were unable to chase them all down. As a result, dozens of them still escaped. "Boss, we failed," said Qi Yu dejectedly. "It's fine. I wasn't planning on killing all of them. If a few small fries didn't escape, how would they report this to the big fry? Zixiong, next time, be more nimble. There's no need to make your movements too big. That will reduce your efficiency. If this was a true life and death battle, this habit of yours will cause you to lose your life. But overall, your display was still acceptable." Longchen smiled slightly. Although Su Zixiong was still lacking immensely compared to Qi Yu, his improvement was good. With how long Longchen had been with Wild, he was profoundly aware that the bloodline of the barbarian race affected their intelligence. Hence, for Su Zixiong to have made this much progress was quite good. Su Zixiong was very pleased to hear Longchen's approval. In this group of people, he was the weakest. He had always had a slight fear that Longchen would drive him away one day. So even though he was a bit foolish, he still worked as hard as he could. Furthermore, whether it was Qin Feng or Qi Yu, they always taught him seriously. Hence, he was very moved by this, and he also cherished this opportunity to learn from all of them. Because of this, obtaining Longchen's approval made him so emotional that he couldn't even speak. Qin Feng then waved him over, and they began to separate the corpses of the two devil beasts. 2 cores then entered their pockets. This was a large sum of money. It was their first time seeing cores at the level of an immortal king. The cores were so large that they were like hills. Spatial runes were stuck to them, and they shrank to the size of a fist. Holding those cores, they felt an awe-inspiring destructive power. 1 wind element core and 1 earth element core. In the academy, they can be traded for countless resources. Bai Shisher looked at the 2 cores and sighed in admiration. Their luck really had been excellent this time. These kinds of cores are normally used to forge king items or embedded into king items to increase their power. Regretfully, they aren't that useful to us. Extracting the wind and earth element energies for cultivation requires a large amount of manpower. We don't have that time. We'll have to see if we can trade them for something useful," said Longchen, putting them away. Although cores were treasures, they weren't that valuable to Longchen. It was too bad that Guoran and Xiachen weren't here. Otherwise, whether they were used for forging or setting up formations, those cores could be very useful. Moreover, Qin Feng and the others had to spend a great deal of effort to strip the hide off of the python. If it weren't for Longchen's bone saber, they wouldn't have been able to break its defenses. Longchen planned to use the hide to create armor for everyone. This kind of armor was so tough that even without runes, treasure items couldn't break it. After taking out the cores and the snakeskin, Longchen tossed the corpses into the primal chaos space's black soil. Life energy then bloomed, and the wood foundation divine trees rapidly grew. Just 2 corpses provided even more energy than all the sea demon corpses he had gathered from the Luo family. The wood foundation divine trees continued to grow thicker and thicker. They were already 300 meters thick. The bark also had a pattern similar to dragon scales, and the quality of the wood had increased. Even the thinnest branch was as tough as iron. As expected, devil beasts that have reached the immortal king level have far more energy. I wonder if I can get some more. Long Chun was delighted to see them grow so crazily. But after thinking about it, he found that this wasn't very realistic. The corpses of devil beasts that had reached this level were all valuable treasures. The cores, hides, flesh, blood, bones, tendons, etc. They were all treasures. People would always split the corpses on this level into its parts. Some didn't even waste a single strand of their fur. They could turn the fur into blankets as luxury products, or use it as a display of status and position. Thus, the chances of him buying fresh and complete corpses on this level were very low. Even if there were some on the market, he would be taken for slaughter by the sellers. After dealing with the corpses, Long Chun finally walked over to that ringleader from the Azure Dragon gang. He kicked him in the coccyx. Ah! The ringleader finally managed to make a sound, and it was a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was truly hair-raising. Shut up. I have a few questions for you. If you dare to conceal anything from me, I'll do the same thing until you die from the pain. Long Chun sat on a rock, crossed his legs, and nibbled on a stalk of grass indifferently. Upon seeing this, that person's scream stopped as if severed by a knife. He was absolutely terrified now. Just then, he felt like he had been dropped into boiling lava filled with blades. His soul and flesh felt like they were being burned and cut at the same time. He had never experienced that kind of pain. Most terrifying of all, this pain didn't allow him to pass out. It came through exceptionally clearly, and every breath felt like 100 years of agony. He was absolutely terrified of this seemingly innocent young man in front of him. This young man was a devil. "Tell me, what kind of status do you have in the Azure Dragon gang?" asked Long Chun. This lowly one is the Azure Dragon gang's manager. His voice was hoarse, and it quivered. Manager? Then who is your boss? What cultivation base do they have? Asked Long Chun. Our master is Zhao Qinglong. He is an immortal king. The Azure Dragon gang was founded based on his name. He created it. That person answered hastily. Then let's go. Bring me to your master. Let's see if your Azure Dragon gang is recruiting others. I also want to try being a gang leader for some fun. Long Chun smiled mischievously. Just like that, he brought that person along deeper into the vile dragon domain.